Hello, 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 everyone. It is Ramona Rogers here, the CEO and founder of the Royal Empowerment Group, as well as the Royal Influencers Organization. And you are here right now, kicking off with me the actual Fearless Entrepreneur virtual conference. So I want to first and foremost thank everyone for taking time out of your busy weekend, your busy schedule today on this Friday. Happy Friday, as well as happy Thanksgiving. I am ecstatic. I am overjoyed. I am grateful for all of the phenomenal speakers that you guys are getting ready to experience. All of the phenomenal entrepreneurs, business owners, consummate business professionals that you are getting ready to get the opportunity to get all of this value, their knowledge, their experience, their skill, their expertise, so that you can take whatever value it is that you get from each and every one of these entrepreneurs, these professionals, these speakers, these fearless entrepreneurs. Take those nuggets, boulders, take the gems, add it to your repertoire of skills, as well as the knowledge that you have already gained up to this point. And not only that, doesn't really matter what level you're on. You could actually be a novice entrepreneur right now. You could still be in your 9 to 5 or working in your career and haven't yet decided, but you chose to show up, invest in yourself in terms of time, which is that precious commodity that you will never get more of. Exactly why I have created this phenomenal virtual conference, bringing to you all of these phenomenal speakers. And cannot, I cannot tell you how excited I am to welcome this next consummate professional, serial entrepreneur, real estate investor. He is also an AI enthusiast and a proud veteran of the U.S. Air Force. So thank you so much for your service. That is, and he also has a major in business finance. So with that, he also has launched the American 360 consulting business. And I cannot wait to hear what he has to share today in terms of value. Get your pencils out. Do not get out of your seat, because if you do, you are definitely going to miss something. He was born and raised on the west side of Chicago, where he saw and watched and witnessed what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck. And he has been determined since then to break the generational curses. And when I tell you that you are getting ready to see and hear and learn from this gentleman exactly how he did just that. So I definitely want to thank all of the speakers. I want to thank Christina Baca, my phenomenal administrative assistant, working behind the scenes on every single one of these phenomenal events that we have been able to kick off. And with that, I am definitely getting ready to pass the baton over to the phenomenal Andrew Bouye. So Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Ramona. How are you today?
Fantastic. I am well.
Good,
Thank
good,
you so
good.
much.
Fantastic Friday. Listen, guys, I'm gonna give a pass and a default right now to some technical difficulties on my end and my first time on StreamYard. But as entrepreneurs, as fearless entrepreneurs, we get in and we mix it up and we make it work one way or the other. Teamwork makes the dream work. I've got a phenomenal team behind me. Ramona, thank you so much for the invite. And on behalf of my team at American 360 Consulting, we are looking forward to opening your eyes to something very, very powerful right now. It's about money just in time for Christmas, a new Christmas gift, if you will, a Black Friday gift of all gifts. We're going to give that up today, right now. And Ramona, we're going to share some really powerful things today. So
awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and exit the stage, and I'm going to give you the floor and take it away, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Ramona. Thank you very much. And again, fantastic, guys. How does it feel to be a royal influencer or be in the room with royal influencers if you're not one already? It's just a phenomenal time. I'm really excited. I'm going to set my timer because we got to keep this thing rolling. You guys got a lot of juice, a lot of sauce. All the sauce in the world is coming here today. It's some powerful speakers right now and some powerful tools, powerful people that even I want to get done so I can get my pen out and get on the recording side and on the consumption side of this presentation, because there's really some powerful people here, guys. You guys are in for a treat. It's the best way to spend your Friday. Bear with me. I hope we just keep it real today. You know, we're real human beings behind these screens, behind these powerful sessions. It's just that someone decided to take action. Ramona Rogers is one of the most consummate entrepreneurs I've ever seen, one of the best people you ever want to know if you have the privilege of being able to know her so you can get on a stage like this. She's an equal opportunity employer and employing your entrepreneurial juices and your creativity and your brilliance. If anybody can bring it out, forums like this, people who are associated with people who align themselves with action takers, sometimes massive action takers. It takes a lot to put this show on. And without further ado, I want to get right into the meat of the matter. StreamYard is a browser-based type of application, unlike Zoom. I just learned that. And I'm getting my chops on. I promise you guys, when I pull this this presentation up, whatever we miss, whatever I can't get to, we're going to be able to make up for it in time. I'll condense the timeline so I can get all the meatier important facts about how you can make money and how this could be one of the best entrepreneurial opportunities you've ever had, bar none. And right now, as we speak, there are people that are getting back lots of money, and lots of money courtesy of the federal government. And how is that? Well, the U.S. Treasury Department has just benefited or made a benefit available for individual entrepreneurs or certain type of self-employed individuals, which means sole proprietors, just about anybody in the space of doing business for themselves. Hobbies can qualify for self-employed individuals. Anything you're making money with, a side hustle, $60 here, $100 there, $5,000, $50,000, whatever that may be, as little or as much as qualifies as you becoming a certain independent or certain self-employed individual. That's it. Okay, I'll get it out. One way or the other, I'll get it out. So as a self-employed individual, you qualify for certain benefits and programs and credits that the government just did not really make it known, or it was not that they were hiding it. It's just that it wasn't available. It's not known. A lot of times you had to have an accounting degree or have a lot of skills. And even some accountants, CPAs, come to us to find out what this is all about. What does this mean? This means we have a limited opportunity, a short period of time, about 17 more months left to get what we consider the final COVID credit relief bundle. It's not PPP. It's not EIDL. It's not ERC. It's none of that. It's a brand new COVID relief credit that's based on anyone that was affected by COVID in pretty much any way. Doesn't mean you have to have been sick and laid up and unhealthy or in the hospital. It doesn't mean that necessarily. It means that COVID affected all of our lives in a very powerful way. And when I saw this credit, it meant that we needed to get the word out as quickly as possible, because now anybody that missed PPP or you missed EIDL or you missed ERC, this is the time for you to have another chance to get the relief and assistance that the funding was meant to provide. So for anybody that hasn't had that chance to benefit from and get some relief. I mean, COVID, let's face it, guys, whether you went to school or you had daycare issues or your family, someone got sick in your family, even when COVID hit, a lot of times it devastated entire families. Okay. So, you really had to be in a position to know, while you're going through all these changes, you had to know exactly where the benefits were and how the benefits got to you, and how do you take part in that? Well, we've uncovered that. And we've got some of the best tax specialists, certified IRS tax specialists that came in to make this happen just in time for tax season. We call them our tax tacticians. I mean, they go in like a surgical strike force and find every possible credit. And we've uncovered some absolutely magical credits. You're saying, well, Andrew, this is about taxes, this is about entrepreneurism. Why are we talking about taxes? It's because the funding, taxes is the biggest driver of entrepreneurial activity in the country. Okay, you always hear them talking about taxes, and you hear one side, red or blue, no matter what side you're on, or in the middle. You know, they talk about tax relief or burdensome taxes, too high, or it's all this tax talk. Why is that? It's because it is the driver of business. It attracts multi-billion-dollar businesses to your community. Or it can drive them away if the tax base is too high. So when you talk about taxes, you have an entitlement. You're due some relief or some benefit from taxation as well, right? That's what the federal government is all about. And with these COVID tax credit, when the federal government does something, a lot of times they make it available through the IRS tax code, or they use through the U.S. Treasury Department funding that. They will use the IRS as the tip of the spear or the distribution channel to regulate and monitor all of their monies. We all know that. We all pay taxes, right? If you haven't, you should. And if you have not done so, contact us at the QR code I'm going to give you at the end of this presentation. And, we'll take care of that for you. Whether you filed already or whether you need to file. If you filed already, you have 3 years to amend your taxes. So if you thought about this, hey, I missed it, I filed already, I can't do this. Not true. We do tax amendments, and we're very, very good at it. Our tax specialist team is extremely good at taking care of those amendments for you. So I want to take a moment, guys. You guys got to give me a little time here just to pull up this presentation because it's so good. I got to get it right, and I don't want to miss it for you guys. We got a lot of information that I can bridge up for you relatively quickly. If I can just get back to the tab that we were in. Okay, you are. Thank you. Thank you, Pace. I also have my chief artificial intelligence officer with me right now, assisting in the background. And I want to make sure that we have everything that we are going through so I can talk it through. And, this is the prime example of teamwork. In the military, when one man fell, someone else had to pick up and carry the flag, or we worked in a teamwork. And when one person got hit with something happened, your teammates, your fellow soldiers would rally around you and no one got left behind, right? So this is where, I love the option that we have right now and having that support no matter where it goes. And hopefully you've got a supportive team behind you wherever you are. If not, when you come with American 360 Consulting, I guarantee you've got a supportive team at that point in time right now, because these guys are making me look good. Okay. So I'll let you know what we're on right now. I'm getting some cues on the right-hand side. And again, I'm courtesy of my time. I want to be conscious of my time. How much time do I have, Pace? Left? Thank you. So I can get to the meat of the matter, guys. You came here for a reason, and we're going to make sure you get everything you came for. So stand by. 10 minutes. Okay, got it. I wasted 10 minutes introduction, guys. So I got to talk really fast. Bear with me, and I got to go really fast so what you can see. On these credits, what slide are we on, Pace? Okay. All right, hang on one second, guys. I'm gonna do this blind, guys. Okay, I'm gonna move like I do with a scout in the military. And Pace is my scout right now. Pace Ellsworth is a great guy. You guys will meet him tonight. If you're not here, if I miss anything today, come on in tonight, because he's gonna go over a lot of some of the similar things, but something new, a lot more content inside of it for some of the other things we're up to and we support. So that's going to be really, really a fantastic night. So I'll get you a plug right now tonight. Whatever you do, I think Pace is on at 5:45, I believe. What time is that, Pace, you're on tonight? Yes, 5:45. So be here at 5:45, and whatever you don't get, come in, because I want to tell you this. We've done over 144 returns right now so far. Okay, just this year alone, we've already done 144. A mixture of filing people for the first time who haven't filed, and a combination of amended returns. So we've amended some returns, and we've sent some in that didn't file in order to take advantage of this COVID tax credit. Okay, a tax credit is different than a tax deduction. The credit is dollar for dollar. You get the cash in your hand, like earned income child tax credits that a lot of single moms get, a lot of families get. That money turns into cash dollars. Is why you can have a very low income individual who made barely $20,000 for the year, seeing an income tax return of $16,000. Like I've seen some of those things happen depending on the number of children. Well, there's all kinds of credits out there. There's certain credits you qualify for. This particular credit is a credit that somehow got missed and got buried deep into the tax code. We've uncovered that for you. And out of 144 returns that we've got done so far, we've got over 1.9 million in returns, new money coming to people who've already filed, and people who had to amend the taxes, and people who hadn't filed that missed the credit altogether. We've got 144 taxes. We got 1.9 million for 2021 and $1.3 million in returns for 2020. These are the years that are affected with the COVID relief, that this bucket of money we've got, over $1.3 billion has been set aside. We've found the access point for that. We've tapped in all the way in, deep well. We went deep in there to pull out that money out of the earth and give it back to the people that deserve it most, people like you. It could help you fund your business. It could help you pay off some loans, get some stress off, whatever it is. There's a process that we go through to make that happen. Next slide, Pace. When we have this going on and everything is moving at light speed, a lot of times you get so busy, you just leave money on the table. We don't allow that to happen. We want to make sure that everything we do, hang on a second, guys, 1 second with me. Bear with me. Self-employed categories, did we cover that? Got it. Thank you. All right. What slide are we on now? I got on the process. All right, got it. That's it. Good. It's a good slide. You got the COVID tax credit claiming process. And if you take a look at that slide, you can see exactly how that moves and what that does for you. You'll be able to scan your QR code, enter your details. We calculate the credits. We got a very, very powerful calculator on the site. And by the way, I'll just guide you through that at the end of this presentation. And the last slide, I'll give you a chance to get a QR code. You can jump on and see what you could qualify for. And everyone qualifies. Do not self-qualify yourself, guys. Whatever you do, do not disqualify yourself. Everyone we've talked to, just about, I'd say 95, 98% of the people we've talked to have qualified for these credits automatically. So I'm going to say that you do qualify instead of you don't. Next slide. Thank you. So hang on 1 second, guys. I'm speeding here to get you what you need. And I want to make sure I leave time for you to take a look at the credit. There we go. So maximizing your tax refunds, 25,000 single tax refunds, 50,000 married couple refunds, 10 days credit per quarter, and 3 quarters per year. That's how we do what we do. It's one of the things that we qualify you or help you find the maximum dollars for that credit. Now, I'm gonna give you an example, guys. I can't tell you the difference in, I can't share the privacy of this individual, but I will tell you one person that's probably on this call as well is very excited right now. We just did their tax return. We filed for them, and 1 year they're getting $36,000 for 2021. And we're going back in history. Now, this is 2023 going into 2024, and we went back and got that money they've forgotten about, right? For you too, I guarantee you, your accountant didn't, most likely 90% of the time, has not gotten this, was not aware of this, and did not get this refund for you, did not get these credits for you. We wanted the chance to get those for you right now, okay? Got it. So we've got that. His next slide. Where you at, Pace? What's the next slide? All right, the urgency. Okay, you see that? Very, very, very good. These guys are moving. Special offer. Okay, but wait, there's more. We got a special offer for you right now for 20% off. I'm gonna get this QR code so you can get that. Just enter the coupon code Ramona20. It's gonna get you 20% off of our services, and they're very economical, very, very affordable. I can tell you what that is. Let me just tell you, it's $497 right now. It's $100 off for the Black Friday special with Ramona right now. Only because you're here today, you'll get that done. It's $497 or $397. You get to get thousands of dollars back in your taxes that you didn't have before. You get to reclaim that money. $36,000 for our clients in 1 year, and about $26,000, $22,000 for the year prior in 2020, because the COVID relief fund only allowed us 3 quarters in 2020 instead of when the pandemic first hit, instead of all 4 quarters in 2021. We're going to get that money for you guys. I want you to go to this QR code. Next slide. There you go. The revolutionary opportunity won't wait. The time to act is now. And it's on the QR code. Scan that QR code, guys. Get there. Check out the calculator. I'll be back tonight. I have my new StreamYard charge. My chops will be on. I have my practice. All the rust will be out. And, we are on our way. And you are on your way to some unprecedented money for this year. You can claim it this year. It's yours. You're entitled to it. You deserve it. We're going to get it for you and show you how easy it is. And thanks to Ramona, you got access to another, maybe like one of our clients did, $50,000 extra that you forgot.
Amazing.
All right.
Amazing.
All right.
Absolutely wonderful presentation. Thank you, and thank you so much. Andrew Bouye in the house, CEO of the American 360 Consultant, looking to help you find and receive exactly what you deserve and what you have earned already. So thank you, and thank you so much. Drew Bouye is in the house, came and slayed this presentation, killed it, regardless of, guess what? We are fearless, and we do it without fear. We do whatever it takes to make it happen. And that is exactly what you guys just got. So thank you again, Andrew Bouye. Forever grateful for the connection, for the friendship, as well as for the entrepreneurship, experience, knowledge, expertise, and skill. So again, without further ado, I'm going to thank you. And then Christina Baca, who is doing a phenomenal job behind the scenes, is going to take you down from stage. And then I'm going to introduce our very next speaker. Samara Beth is coming right up shortly. You guys are in for another treat, another ball of energy coming to you shortly as well. So with that said, thank you to each and every one of you who have taken time out of your busy Friday. Happy Thanksgiving. I am Ramona Rogers, the CEO and founder of the Royal Empowerment Group, as well as the Royal Influencers Organization. What did you guys think of that? Andrew Bouye of American 360 Consultant has helped someone not just complete their taxes, but they have actually helped someone get $50,000 that was left on the table that they had no idea that was theirs. And that is what I would highly encourage each and every one of you to do. So take action, because that's another thing that fearless entrepreneurs do. We do not wait. We do not stall. We do not doubt or second guess. We take action. So with that said, definitely reach out. Go to www.american360consultant.com and use the code Ramona for your 20% off for all of the participants, guests, viewers watching. Don't forget also to like, comment, and subscribe to the actual YouTube channel that you are actually viewing this particular Fearless Entrepreneur Virtual Conference on. So I definitely just want to give a shout out as well to Blind Sight Connections, as well as Access to Profits. They are a sponsor as well of the Royal Influencers Organization. And the CEO and founder is Dylan Taylor, doing phenomenal things, helping to make sure that all of your landing pages, all of your websites, all of your event marketing materials, are accessible to anyone and everyone with disabilities, especially vision impairments, because they have to use different supplies and different tools and different resources and things, equipment even, in order for them to be able to just click your buy button. Guess what? Again, you are leaving money on the table, something that fearless entrepreneurs do not do. So with that said, doesn't really matter what business you're in, doesn't really matter if you are a seasoned entrepreneur or a very new entrepreneur, or you're not even an entrepreneur yet. You haven't stepped into that calling yet. You're looking, you're seeking, you're collecting the information. But one thing that we definitely suggest that each and every one of you do, get into the habit of taking massive faith-filled action, because the definition of entrepreneur is just that. It is a person who has decided with an idea to bring that idea to fruition. And with that, they know that there is an inherent amount of risk, but they do it scared. They do it anyway. They show up on a regular basis, consistently, with that idea, taking one step in front of the other until they actually succeed. So in other words, you fail your way to success. In other words, success and failure are not two different things. It's not separate. You must fail in order to succeed. So you want to fail forward, you want to fail fast, and you want to fail while you are taking massive faith-filled action. A lot of people have put this negative connotation around the word failure. But guess what? Every single one of us are failing at something until we actually succeed. You figure it out, you find a way, you network, you connect, you collaborate. Exactly what the Royal Empowerment Group, along with the RIO, which is Royal Influencers Organization for short, that is exactly what we are all about. Networking, connecting, collaborating. Entrepreneurship, yes, in entrepreneurship, it is on you to get you where you want to go. However, there isn't any one of us that has gained success by ourselves on our own. Yes, you can go fast by yourself, but we can all go much farther together. And that is exactly the essence, the epitome of the Royal Influencers Organization. Just to give you another little tip of a great win, is we had a gentleman, his name is Isaac Hayes. He was just a month and a half ago in our very last, but first, Royal Influencers Organization virtual conference. He was asked, I approached him on the back channels of Clubhouse and asked, would you like to be a speaker in my Royal Influencers Organization? He is the CEO and founder of another phenomenal social media app called Fanbase. He is also the son, he is Isaac Hayes III. He is also the son of the Isaac Hayes, an R&B mogul, singer, performer from years and years and years ago that has since passed. So Isaac Hayes showed up, did a phenomenal job, offered all of the participants and things of that nature, which was 348 people, I believe, on just day one, watching, present, took massive action. So thank you to each and every one of you that did just that. And he was at that point, he had raised $4,500,000 in crowdfunding. Well, I'll have you know that just a few weeks ago, he hit 10 million in crowdfunding. So yet another example. All he was simply doing is using the circuit, using his tools, using the resources that he had right in his hand, right before him, getting on Clubhouse, going into the right business rooms, getting on virtual conferences with the Royal Influencers Organization, getting on podcasts and things of that nature. So that is the power of proximity, ladies and gentlemen. That the power of proximity is real. The power of proximity is effective. And that is exactly why I do what I do. So with that said, my apologies. Thank you so much for your patience through the technical difficulties. But with that said, that is exactly what entrepreneurs do. We conquer every challenge. We don't stop. We don't give up. And we don't let just a little challenge like a tech difficulty stop us from showing up, over delivering and under promising, and making sure that the message is delivered. So with that said, thank you, thank you, thank you to all of these other phenomenal people like American 360 Consulting, as well as Blind Site Connections. Access to Profits is a phenomenal brand new course that they are getting ready to launch. And I definitely highly encourage you guys to make sure that you go and find them and follow them on all social media platforms as well. And I am not going to take any more of your time. I am going to definitely get ready to bring up our next phenomenal speaker out of Arizona, who is here. She is an event planner. She works tirelessly to make sure that she fulfills the dreams of entrepreneurs and anyone else who are looking to do events, to really highlight who they are, highlight what they do, and to really showcase their skill, showcase their craft, showcase what it is that they want to put out into the world as that idea that they want to bring, that they're working tirelessly to bring to fruition. So with that said, we have Samara Beth coming shortly, and I know for a fact that Christina will bring her up, and I cannot wait for her to deliver this phenomenal presentation. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, she is another perfect example of a fearless entrepreneur. Just lost her father. So again, my sincere condolences to you, Samara Beth, and your family. I send my love, I send positive energy, I send speedy healing as well. So what I want you to do, Samara, is do exactly what you do best. Show up exactly how you show up every day, with 100% of energy, powerful presentations, as well as major value. So with that, tell every single one of these entrepreneurs and show them exactly what it takes and exactly what it is that you do, that you can also do for them, by the way, in terms of retreats and things of that nature. So with no further ado, thank you so much for your patience as well. I am going to be removed from the stage and I'm going to give you the floor. So thank you again for always saying yes. So with that, over to you, Samara.
Hi, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. So I actually tried to upload the presentation and it's a little too large. So that's what I was trying to figure out to do here for you, Ramona, is get that up there. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and just share screen it. So let's just do that and we'll go from there. Okay. All right. So my name is Samara Beth, and I am so excited and honored to be here today. And I just wanted to thank you, Ramona, and everyone who's been working so hard to make this all happen, because it really does take a lot of work to present retreats. And I'm more of an in-person kind of gal. So COVID kind of was painful for me because I needed to be around people. That was my thing. So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm having some technical difficulties here, Ramona, in getting this open. So I just want to talk to everybody and let you know that I'm here to help you learn how to get paid to go on vacation. And I do have a webinar program that I'm going to just be sharing with you guys. And so since it's not working today, I'm going to go ahead and just present it to you. And then we'll move forward on sharing the webinar program with everybody virtually on Sunday. And I'll just get you the link for that. So what we're here today to do is to help you redefine success. So for those of you that have dreamed about vacation spots that you want to do, that you want to go on. So what are some of those places? What is on your bucket list? What is your vision? So wouldn't it be great to get paid to go on vacation? Do you want to hang out with cool people and your best clients? What about going to make more money than you've ever made in an entire week? Did you know that retreats are actually the highest paying, most satisfying service that you can deliver in the world? You can actually see the world with these retreats. And if you've always felt like you want to go on vacation and you want to hang out with cool people and you want to make a lot of money, but it's just crazy, then this is actually the presentation for you. So I'm Samara Bath, as Ramona said, and you may not know me, but I spent the last 28 years running an international retreats, corporate, social, and nonprofit event company. I've also lived in 12 cities, US cities and main cities and Canadian province, and just moved to my 30th home. That's right, my 30th home. I currently reside in Scottsdale, Arizona, as Ramona mentioned, and I love networking and helping others. That is really my true passion. And I am not a travel agency. Okay. So I just want to be clear. I teach people to make money and go on vacation while they're running their businesses. And I partner with travel agencies, but I'm not a travel agent. So this is for you if you enjoy traveling. This is for you if you have an audience of people who either purchased something for you or is in your contact list and has engaged with you in some way. This is also for you if you're ready to make 6 to 7 figures per week. That's right. I said 6 to 7 figures per week, because when you create $20,000 retreats for only 50 people, you get yourself $1 million. That's math I can do, by the way. But before I get all excited and tell you how to get paid on vacation, I'm going to tell you that this isn't for you and you can go get coffee or lunch if you'd rather make excuses than make things happen. This program wouldn't be for you. And if you don't like people, this program is definitely not for you. You kind of have to be a little bit of a people person, unless you want to be behind the scenes. But if you have no desire whatsoever to produce retreats and make money helping others produce retreats, which is also an option, then this isn't for you, because this program was created to change your life completely, like your personal life and your business life, and achieve your bucket list dreams at the same time with retreats, and grow your business and travel if that's what you want to do, because you get to choose where the retreats happen unless you're doing it for a client. So today you're going to discover a clear water view as to why hosting retreats and experiences can transform your business or your coaching program. You're going to learn a shimmering glimpse of who to invite and how to reach your target market. Okay. You're also going to learn a splash. I love my little like puns. I get that from my son, on how to create unique bonding experiences that are going to add value to your clients. And make sure that you stay to the end, because when you stay to the end, I'm going to announce a gift that's going to be totally worth your time. Okay. So does that sound like you? Great. I promise that you're going to discover the Trips Retreat blueprint in producing your own retreats or retreats for your clients. It's really that simple. It's 5 letters. TRIPS. Okay. I promise that you are going to discover the Trips Retreat blueprint to producing your own retreats just with those 5 letters. And don't worry, it's not your fault. No one has ever been showing everyone the right way. Okay. So it's hard to say when you're going to learn how to plan events, retreats, destination management, team building. I've been doing all these things for 28 years, and there are so many steps to learn, and it's overwhelming. And you weren't taught how to produce an event, or what a hotel BEO is, or what a diagram floor plan looks like, or attrition, or understanding how to include liability insurance to save your butt ski. There's so many details that are involved. And if you thought of producing events and retreats, but time is always getting away, we all find ourselves too busy. And Ramona just mentioned our priorities are changing all the time. My father had just passed away 3 weeks ago. And the thing with that is you have to put your family first. You've got to shuffle your priorities. That's just how things are. We don't expect things to happen in our lives, whether it's personal or in our business or with our children or in the world. But that all ends today. And you're going to learn to craft your ideal retreat. Okay. If you had a magic wand, what would your life be like if you got to create those retreats and sell them to customers? Okay. You're going to learn how to do that a little bit today. I'm going to promise that you're going to become part of this elite community of like-minded individuals. You're going to be around people who like to experience travel and learn from one another. This is going to help you create your personal footprint. And I'm going to tell you, I totally understand, because I lived in Vancouver, British Columbia, and I was all about achieving my own bucket list. And I wasn't thinking about others. It was very selfish, actually. And I didn't realize that there was more that needed to be done, more that I wanted to do. So then I had this like aha epiphany that everyone else's desires kept growing around me. And I realized how many people wanted to host retreats and bucket list experiences for their clients, and they needed help. They needed my help. So the question is, why me? Okay. So you're probably thinking, sure, that all sounds good, but why are you teaching this, Samara Beth? I mean, why am I teaching this? Well, I want people as possible to be able to achieve their goals and their dreams too. And you see, I have this more the merrier attitude. So when I used to host Friendsgiving, I had 50 plus people in my house, and I wanted to share my joy with everyone. I'm just really passionate about helping clients figure out, the when, the why, how to produce the retreats, creating those memorable, educational, mind-blowing experiences that clients want to talk about for years. And the photos, oh my gosh, I love seeing clients' photos on social media or when they send them to you. So today you're going to discover the benefits of producing extraordinary retreats. And you're also going to be part of that mind-blowing experience world that I'm in. Okay. So there's a lot of power in retreats. I usually do bespoke retreats and VIP experiences, luxury. That's my jam, but that's not for everyone, and that's okay. But I will say that you will maximize your customer engagement, boost your business profile, transform staff with leadership and team building, and elevate your conversion rates. You're going to enjoy being around people and being part of this environment where you're having unparalleled networking opportunities. Plus, you're going to skyrocket your influence and reignite creativity and innovation, which really helps you like get excited to wake up, in the morning, and enhance that work-life balance and customize growth for yourself and for your life and helping your clients. Not only will your clients achieve ROI, so will you. Okay. So, but, before we move on, which we're going to in a second on the training here, is let's just address the elephant in the room, besides the fact that I talk really fast. I'm a New Yorker, Baltimore girl. Sorry. Let's just address this. You might have some fears of commitment. Like our program, it might be too much effort to host a retreat. It might, be overwhelming for you. So just know that our program will simplify and streamline the retreat planning process. And I have courses and templates that are going to help you save time and effort. No recreating the wheel for me. You might find the fear of finding clients who are going to register or fill that retreat. And my programs include marketing strategies. I'll teach you how to identify your ideal clients, build a marketing plan, and use my templates to attract your participants. And just wait until you learn all the social media and networking hacks that I've learned from all of my senior executive coaches that I hire to help me. I mean, they're mind-blowing. So I learned from them as well. Okay. And I have clients who've started with small networks and grew their retreats and their techniques. So that also happens. You might have the fear of losing money. Losing money on retreats can certainly be a concern. And the thing is that you're going to have a return on investment. That's the whole point. So since you're not paying for the retreats out of your pocket, your clients are, the potential profit from a well-planned retreat is overwhelming and can differ based on your location, obviously, but you have to build all those expenses in. And we teach you how to do the budgeting and the spreadsheets, and you'll receive that personalized support and one-on-one consultation from me. But the question is, do you want to achieve your business dreams? You have to want to do it. And that is where that's the most important part. And I am big on the studies, and I will let you know that a Harvard Business Review had showed that we are 5 times more likely to achieve our goals when we write them down. Okay, you didn't think I was going to say that, did you? Now's your moment to 5x your results by writing down, I'm in. I don't care where you write it. Put it on a Post-it paper. I'm in, I'm in, I'm in, I'm in, I'm in. I'm ready to do this. So the best way to do it is learning the TRIPS format. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So get paper and pen. This is when you're taking notes, guys. So the most important thing is to learn those 5 steps. So what are the 5 steps? Transform, recharge, identify, plan, and success. So TRIPS, transform, recharge, identify, plan, and success. You're going to see it again, so don't worry. The TRIPS formula is your retreat formula. Okay, that is what you're going to be learning. So T, which stands for transform. Don't stress yourself out of the big stuff. Okay. When you learn from me, you'll learn about the big, but there's also, you'll learn about the smaller. You can do a retreat in your own home. Don't stress about it. We're going to start small and we're going to think big. Okay. So the thing is that it's crucial to structure your VIP retreats to achieve company objectives. Structure is very important in transforming. Okay. You want to set clear goals and objectives. You want to determine what your clients achieve during the retreat and craft your program that will help them reach these goals. Okay. Your balance structure and flexibility is also really important. And you're going to structure that. Okay. Provide enough structure. I'm going to keep saying the word to keep the program on track. But you're going to allow for flexibility to adapt to clients' needs and desires in bonding. You have to be flexible. Ramona's going to tell you right now, she's being flexible. There's not everything happens the way it's supposed to. It just is what it is. That's the nature of the beast. I tell my staff before an event happens, which is perfect on paper, okay, let's go see what we're going to fix today. And that's what we do as event planners and retreat planners. So you also want to create opportunities for continuous learning. So that's part of your structure. Design activities and sessions that allow clients to continue learning and make them, approachable. Okay. So that's something that's also fun. Make it fun. We'll teach you that. So you're going to transform groups by defining memorable and impactful experiences, like really cool experiences. Why? Because experiential learning, I don't know about you, but I have a learning disability. So I need to read, I need to write, I need to do, I need experience, and I remember. But a lot of people, learn in different ways. So experiential learning is really important to help you, to guide you and guide your clients, and then they have a more fun time, okay, and memorable. Personalized service, like creating those unique, tailored experiences that your clients will never forget, like pillow gifts, having the chef make these gorgeous dishes for your meals, meals that are memorable, not going with those basics, a chicken, a fish, and a beef, go with something that is presentation. By the way, my mom taught me this a long time ago. It's all about presentation. Okay. So canned, boxed, frozen, doesn't matter where the food's coming from. It is if you're organic and healthy and all that jazz, but it's all about presentation. Okay. Luxury accommodation. That's another memorable, impactful experience. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about, going to exotic resorts and things like that, obviously, going to Greece, or, Italy, or going somewhere that you don't live, because maybe you do live in Greece and Italy, and that's not a big deal for you. Right? So, okay. So I have lots of testimonials I could share with you, but I'm going to move forward because I want to teach you more. So the R stands for recharge. Okay. So recharging is also part of bonding your groups. So when you recharge and bond your groups with these unique experiences, it's going to add value. So some examples. You're going to design engaging activities, like your yoga or your Pilates. I'm a Pilates person. Yoga or hiking or, boating. We did whitewater rafting with clients. Just make sure there's waivers, and we teach you all that. You can get to craft a memorable menu, offer healthy, delicious meals that reflect your clients' preferences and dietary needs, or have them cook it themselves. I've produced cooking competitions that are super fun. And then it's a great way to bond your executives with the staff. Create a learning networking environment or comfort or relaxation, like host your clients or team in a luxurious, comfortable setting that allows them to focus on learning and growth. Spas are not going to hurt. Just saying. Hot springs, spas, relaxing by the pool, waterfalls, boat trips. Like, get creative in your environment. Okay.
Love
The
it.
I stands for identity. Ramona, did you need to interject?
Actually, I was just really enjoying all of the acronyms. I love the acronym trips, of course, and I love that you are giving examples of each step and things of that nature. So I hope that a lot of people are really getting the idea behind why trips is important in terms of them creating events. And I love that you also tied in influence. Hence the Royal Influencers Organization as well, that it helps them to create more influence as well. So I absolutely love all of the value. I definitely just wanted to make sure that you get all of the acronyms in as well before we actually have to move on to the next speaker. So go right ahead. I know that we have the T and the R, and then we have the I and the P left.
Yep. And I'm going to shorten that up. I apologize.
Awesome.
My timer's
No worries. Go right ahead. Absolutely. Back over to you.
Sorry. So I might need to change I for Ramona, but it's actually identify. So you're going to identify your target clientele. P is for plan. In what you're going to plan transformative experiences. And I teach this in the webinar, your personalized exclusive retreats, memorable, impactful experiences, and presenting your value propositions. And I teach all of that. Now the S is my favorite. It stands for success.
Yes.
Your target audience, what you're going to charge, your pricing structure, figuring out your, all the maximizing of profitability and price strategies. That is the most important one. So, okay. So bonus rewards. What bonus rewards do retreats offer? Many. And you're going to just have to sign up for my 45-minute training to learn more about producing events and retreats and discovering all the benefits and the rewards ahead of us.
Awesome. So how do you get that?
I have a registration link for you guys, and I'm going to put it in the chat here for you, Ramona and Christina.
Awesome. Absolutely. We'll take care of it. Make sure they get it. So what is the site that they go to? If you
it's just right here. They go to my website, and I have samarabeth.com/workshops.
Awesome.
And it's the first workshop, Paid to Vacation. It's $1.
Wow.
It's $1.
Amazing.
It's $1. So, and it's really informative, Ramona.
And I know how detailed you are. So I know for a fact that the value of what they are getting ready to get. And I love that you also work in finances, how to finance, and you give them all of the tips and the tools and the resources that they need, because you make sure that they don't let fear, in other words, stop them from doing a phenomenal event that their actual team as well as their clients are going to pay for. So there's all sorts of strategies. So I have heard in the past where entrepreneurs have said, I won't dare try to do an event. Do you know how expensive they are? Well, yes, right. Everything is expensive, right? But who wants to stay stuck and stagnant when you really want to not just start, but build and then scale? And this is one of the reasons why a lot of entrepreneurs don't continue or don't scale. They get stuck and they get stagnant and they hit a ceiling. It's because they don't use things like events. And there could be virtual events, hence like what we are doing now. That's still building influence, still connecting with more people, cross-pollinating audiences and things of that nature as well. So thank you, and thank you. So tell us a little bit about, just answer this one question that's going to really help everyone. What is the least expensive event that they can actually do, and how can they get people in it? Meaning, how do they actually market their event? Just answer those two questions for us, for anyone that's out there listening that's looking to, now that they have listened to you share all of this value on trips, how can they actually now get started with launching their next event or their first event and use you and all of your tools and resources in that $1 course, by the way, samarabeth.com. Don't miss that. So, Samara, how would they do that?
So great question, Ramona. Thank you. So first of all, you can do your retreats in your own home.
Oof,
And
that was
some
big.
people,
That was big.
yeah,
Big
yeah. I mean, you
nugget.
can do it in your own home. And I tell people this too. You don't have a big budget. Depending on where you live, a lot of housing developments and apartment complexes have community rooms. Sometimes you get them for free. They come with your, living there. Sometimes
Ah,
it's like $150.
so they have to
So
be creative.
be creative. You can go to even a friend's home. You just really need couches and chairs and tables, and that's it. And you can
Awesome.
do it old school.
Awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Samara Beth, everybody, do not miss that $1 course. Definitely reach out to her. Follow her on all social media sites as well. She is absolutely phenomenal, full of energy, and is definitely an expert at her craft. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Samara Beth. It was a pleasure having you be a part, and always, always grateful to be connected and to know you. And we are definitely going to come and get you to definitely support our next live, I should say, in person event. So thank you, thank you, thank you for the invite.
Thank you very
Quite
much.
welcome. So thank you so much, Christina Baca. We will definitely take Samara Beth down now. And guess what, guys? You guys are in for another treat. We are just getting started. I feel the momentum, and hopefully you do too. So with that said, we have another gentleman coming up right now, Professor Chris Amafadon. OMG. You guys are in for a treat. This is a thought leader, a speaker out of the UK. 16.9 million. 16.9 million press releases and media presses and presence. So with that said, I don't even want to take any more time because guess what? He also is an I'm sorry, I always say that backwards. AI guru. He is an AI phenomenon. He is an AI expert. And guess what? He's been using AI, by the way, in the UK on various projects and researches in London, England since 2009. So guess what? AI is new to us, but AI has always been around. So he is on the cutting edge of AI technology. He has been using it. He has been experimenting with it. He has been part of experiments with AI technology for years on end. And he is going to come and show us today why and how to implement and utilize AI in your business in various ways, and how you can make multiple millions with AI, which is exactly what they have been doing for years, long before we were just introduced to it in the United States right here in this year of 2023. He has been already using it, seeing it in action, watching it work, and making it happen. So with no further ado, Professor Chris Amafadon, I am just thrilled, excited, overjoyed to have you be a part of the Royal Influencers Organization Fearless Entrepreneur Virtual Conference. So over to you, and thank you so much again to the phenomenal administrative assistant who's behind the scenes making this all happen and work. So with that, I'm going to leave the stage and I'm going to give it to you, Professor Chris Amafadon. Over to you. Thank you so much again for being here.
Thank you for your generosity. I want to salute your tenacious push to make this information universally available. Because I know of so many people that know what I do, but they want to keep it to themselves. So when I hear of someone that wants to run a conference, a seminar, a workshop, I salute you, because it's not easy to share when they know that they are proven secret, proven truth. I want to tell you my experience with AI and let you know that there is nothing you have seen in the media, popular media today, that is anything near the truth. It's not because they want to mislead you, it's because they know that much. They've been given permission to publish that much. So I shared earlier in this year 52 things every entrepreneur or professional must do not just know, do with AI and related technology. Guess what? They did not make it available online. Up to now, it's not online. They only published it in the hard copy because this tendency is for people to suppress any information that they know will make their competitors better or will threaten their position. In 1987, the then Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, came down to East London and commissioned something called Docklands Light Railway, DLR for short. Now, this Docklands Light Railway had no driver. Let me repeat. It's useful that you know this, right? This Docklands Light Railway had no drivers in 1987. It was a driverless mass transit vehicle. This is one thing that I don't understand why people get excited today and say it's new. Of course, it's not new. Because you have not seen it and it's not been called that doesn't mean that it's new. Ask any of your friends or family in the East End of London from a station called Bank all the way to Beckton up till today. That train station and the set of trains that roll on it do not have, let me repeat, any drivers. In 2003, June 2003, another layer was implemented. No ticket checkers, no ticket issuer. Ask anyone in London. The name is called the Oyster card. Oyster, Oyster. I'm saying this so that you can go and find out whether what I'm saying tonight is just entertainment or economic truth. They got rid of all the ticket checkers. They got rid of every single person that sells the ticket. They replaced it with a technology-based ticketing system that validates you before you travel. Question: did they reduce the price? No, they didn't. I was part of the people that did the initial trial, what they call piloting, what you call experimentation. And my hope and desire was that they will pass on the benefit of deploying technologies at such things to the passenger. No, they didn't. What did I then do? I then moved on to aggressively using it 3 years later, and then 4 years later. And that's why you talked about our paper that on an experiment we did using artificial neural networks. Please go on your Google now and type in artificial neural network, because that is the foundation of the current AI. Type my last name, type artificial neural network, and see what we did with it in 2009, not 2023. Every single script of my students that have marked since 2011 has been done by AI. Yes, you give it the rubric, it's able to assess and then return marks to the student. So when people get excited today, I don't understand. So if you're a professional today, let me make this very clear to you. If you're an entrepreneur and you haven't written at least 5 different books on your topic or your services or your product, you have cheated yourself multiples of millions of dollars. Let me say this clearly. If you're a hairdresser, you own a salon, you using very sophisticated AI, more sophisticated than ChatGPT, by the way. ChatGPT is baby. You can produce a 400 pages of text in less than 15 minutes. Your first attempt, I'll forgive you if you do it in half an hour. Then your second and the third attempt in 15 minutes. How do you do it? You put it straight into perplexity.ai. that I am an entrepreneur and I own hair salon or I own a barber shop. It doesn't matter what you own. Or you own a sweet shop. It doesn't matter what you own. You survey from your customers what information they look for, and you and I will sit down and put it in perplexity. We want to write a book for this audience about this topic. Please let us have the best content outline that will get us into Wall Street Journal bestselling list or New York Times bestselling list. You give me a specific instruction. It will generate for you the outline. Then you go on a combined Firefly. Write this down. His name is Fred. Fred. Fred at Firefly. That will capture your voice and your opinion on hairdressing or salon. So you will not write one word, not one word. You will not type A on your keyboard. No, 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 no. That's the dark days. That's the days of Old Testament. These days you speak the word and they say it became flesh. You just speak it. Fireflies will capture your word for you. If you don't want to speak it to it, that's fine. The next meeting you attend, I take my fireflies with me to attend meetings in Parliament. When they invite me to come and speak to a parliamentary committee or appear before a particular select committee, I go with my firefly. Less than 2 weeks ago, the King of England came physically to address Parliament. I went to Parliament as well. Listen to this. I went with my AI. My AI captured the entire speech of the king, the commentaries before it, the commentaries after it, and at the end, less than 7 minutes after the ceremony ended, we had the entire text given to us by my AI. So name 7 things that you do right now that takes your time and says, oh, I'm too busy, and I will give you the specific tool you will use or delegate that task to, and you will not need to do it. So you now do what should be done, not doing of it. I'm very action specific from the way you see me speak. I'm very action specific. Okay, let me tell you another secret. I have been writing column, newspaper column, average 900 words every week for the past 3 years. Leading British newspaper, I have not written one word. My AI has written all of it. All I do is edit it to see whether it's consistent with my view. Spice it up with a statistic, increase it. But everyone says I'm a syndicated columnist. I'm a syndicated columnist. Am I really a syndicated columnist? Or is my AI that's, but I tell my AI what topic is important. My AI gives me a slant on it and then changes the title to be that which is SEO compliant and juicy to the search engine. So can you imagine what I just said there? So you now find which word is juicy to your prospective customer. Which word do your prospective clients search for on Google? If you give me those words, I will generate authentic how to, authentic 10 secrets of, authentic the inside guide to in that field if it's netball, in that field if it's basketball, in that field, whatever widget you make or whatever item you sell, I can generate it for you in minutes, not in hours. It won't take me. If it takes me an hour, it's incorrect. That's lie. That's a lie. The speed with which we deploy these tools makes us look like super efficient, but we are not. Thank you very much. And I hope all of you on this call, if you have any questions, if you have any specific challenge in your niche, in
Wow.
of interest that your clients ask, the frequently asked question that your client asks, if you haven't written 2 bestsellers on it, you're committing a sin.
Wow. I absolutely love that, Professor Chris Amafanon. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. I know for a fact, I have been in many rooms with you on Clubhouse, and I thank you again for all of the encouraging words. And I also know for a fact that we can have an entire, and I definitely have just gotten that idea of an entire virtual conference on just AI technology. So I am definitely putting that out there. Guess what? I also have 2 more virtual conferences scheduled for December, one early December, another late December. And AI, I believe, we definitely should commit a lot more time to AI technology because it is definitely here. It always has been here, and it's definitely here to stay. And now that it is in the hands of the everyday common entrepreneur and business owner, there is no reason at all, no excuse at all. I have heard how passionate you are about it, and I am here to validate that passion as well. And I am here. This is a call to action, everyone. This is a call to action to not be afraid. Do not let fear of not knowing, the fear of unknown, stop you from taking a deep dive and start researching, learning, and experiencing more about AI technology. Artificial intelligence has always been around. So thank you again, Professor Chris Amafanon. Thank you for being here as well. I appreciate you, Christina Baca, for the phenomenal job that you're doing in the background, bringing people up, bringing people down, and making sure that we stay on course and stay on track. She does not play around. She is definitely on time. She is the time wizard today. So thank you, and thank you. And I know that you guys already have just a sense of exactly what's to come. So thank you so much to Andrew Bouye of American 360 Consulting, the CEO and a real estate investor guru, as well as a veteran. Thank you for your service, and thank you for a phenomenal presentation. So that code to www.american360consultant.com so that you can now get those tax credits, all of that money that you have potentially left off of the table from 2020, 2021, up to now, today, 2023. You heard it right here. And just in case you missed it, there was a young lady that actually they were able to recover $50,000 for her. $50,000 for her. So there you have it. And that's just one example. And of course, we aren't going to expose her name or anything of that nature. However, she just may very well be here watching. But we definitely just wanted to let you know that if you use the code Ramona, you get 20% off as a gift for being right here, supporting the Royal Influencers organization and for participating in the Fearless Entrepreneur virtual conference. And that is exactly the essence and epitome of entrepreneurship. It is taking that idea that you have, bringing it to fruition, working tirelessly, no more 9 to 5. There is no more hourly wage. And you are actually making it happen with knowing that there is an exorbitant amount of risk potentially involved before you actually arrive and get exactly what it is that you are working towards. But you're building that organization. And guess what? Every single one of the speakers that you guys have been privy to today have done just that. And maybe in some cases, not just once, but numerous times, like Professor Chris Amafanon that we just heard from, like Samara Beth that we already heard from with events and event planning and things of that nature as well, which all collectively combined takes your business, helps you take that idea and not just build it, but scale it and make it happen. Whatever success is for you. Remember the S, which was Samara's favorite in the TRIPS acronym for creating events and the power of events for entrepreneurs, is success. And that is exactly what this event is all about. That's what I am all about, helping others get exactly what it is that they want. And everybody has heard that saying, right? The quickest way to help everyone else get what it is that they want is to get what it is, or help get what it is that they want, is for you to actually help them do so. And by default, guess who else wins? It's a win-win. By you helping others get what they want, by default, you get what it is that you want and deserve. And that's what networking is all about as well. Networking is not just a skill. It's not just a word that people throw around. It's not just going to a live event and getting a business card. By the way, business cards are even obsolete now, right? Now there's virtual business cards as well. But there's nothing like connecting, truly connecting with the person, getting to know them, learning more about their business, learning their strategies, them sharing your you sharing your strategies with them and them sharing their strategies with you. And just those little nuggets. I said this a little bit earlier. We can go fast alone, but we can go much farther together, collaborating. And guess what? Long gone are the days of competition. Competition was very healthy within the brick and mortar era. Notice, don't miss it. I said era. The brick and mortar era is slowly dying. And with that said, I'm going to mention a couple of names. Blockbuster. I'm going to mention another one, Toys R Us. And I'm going to mention another, Sears and Roebuck. And the list goes on and on and on and on. Because they refused to stay on the cutting edge of technology. They had an idea that they built and scaled and grew, but when the market changed, when the world changed, when we all had to pivot and transition, even from the pandemic in 2020, and who would have ever dreamed that 3 years later, we would still be trying to recover in some way, shape, or form. Every single person in the world, including countries, was impacted. And with that, I have this little idea to birth Royal Empowerment Group, a group of businesses, all of the variety of legs, multiple streams of income, and now bring all of these phenomenal entrepreneurs in, connect with them, collaborate with them, highlight their business and what they're doing. And by me helping all of these other entrepreneurs over 2 days, the last event had 28 speakers, 3 NFL players, and all of these other phenomenal entrepreneurs like Isaac Hayes, the CEO and founder of Fanbase, who at the time that he showed up at my event 6 weeks ago, he had only crowdfunded and raised $4.5 million. And just a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, he hit 10 million. So over 50% and 10 million over 3 years. So over 50% of what he was able to raise took place by him showing up at little small virtual conferences like Rio, like the Royal Influencers Organization, getting onto podcasts, opting in to show up and speak and share value. And with that, I want to definitely say thank you to each and every one of you who have done just that today as well. And guess what? I am just super excited as well to bring on this next phenomenal gentleman as well. Wally Green is his name. He is a professional athlete. He had a very rough upbringing and start. But let me just say this. You also heard me say that Samara Beth had just lost her father weeks ago. A little bit over a month ago, he had a stroke and things of that nature. But keep in mind the theme of this event, the theme that each and every entrepreneur lives through and works through and walks through each and every day is to be fearless. And that is exactly what Samara just did today. Regardless of her state of mind, regardless of what's going on around her, regardless of her having to transition and pivot and her entire life changing, she still shows up and commits. She didn't say no. She didn't hesitate. As a matter of fact, she said, you know what? I need this. This would be good for me. And that is another reason why I love being right there by her side, holding her up, supporting her, because that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. So with this next speaker, you are getting ready to hear what it's like to have to fight through life and still figure out ways to succeed anyway, regardless. And you're also getting ready to hear a little bit about the power of coaching, having a coach, the power of having a coach, as well as having a mentor. And many of my clients, my coaching clients, are watching today. So I want to thank each and every one of you. You guys have my heart. I take care of them like they are family. They are family, in fact. So once I coach someone, we are stuck. We are glued together. Every opportunity that I have, I bring them in. I tell them about it. And I definitely just want to say that it is a pleasure, not just a pleasure, bigger than a pleasure. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to be connected to each and every one of you, to have each and every one of you in my network. And if you didn't hear it before, you heard it today by Drew Bouye. He did say, your network becomes and is your net worth. So what is your net worth? That's the question that I want to challenge each and every one of you today. What did you do in 2022 to influence your network and to influence all of those people in your network? And that is what it's all about. That is what entrepreneurship is all about. It's being fearless. It's conquering doubt, self-limiting beliefs, and whatever other challenges. And that challenge, by the way, challenge is my favorite word. Why? Why is that? A word that causes so much grief for people, right? We hate challenges. But guess what? Every single challenge that you have ever had, you have conquered. You have conquered 100% of all of the challenges. Because if a challenge happened on yesterday and you woke up today and you still have your health and you have the ability to speak and to walk and to talk, guess what? You've already won. You're here now. And what does that mean? Just because I'm here now, I've won? Yes. Because when you take the word now and you spell it backwards, the word now, N-O-W, backwards is W-O-N, which means that you are still putting one foot in front of the other, fearlessly moving, expecting with intention to accomplish something. And those small wins, we cannot underestimate the small wins. The small wins compounded, kind of like compound interest, right? Just a little bit added to it every day, builds it bigger and stronger. And you get more knowledge and experience with every challenge that you conquer as well. And that is what fearless entrepreneurship is all about, which is exactly why I created the theme of this virtual conference, which is the fearless entrepreneur. And every single story, did you even hear that Professor Chris Amafadon has made 16.9 million press releases, presentations, articles, periodicals, you name it. That is someone who operated in the spirit of entrepreneurship. He has been appointed, he was appointed to the Department of Education right there in London, England as well. So very, very well accomplished, phenomenal entrepreneurs that you guys are getting snippets of. Because if I had it to do, I would do a full 5-week virtual conference and have everybody take one whole hour. As you can see, Andrew had all of these phenomenal slides, and I definitely want to invite him to come back in with Pace and to maybe co-present that particular presentation a little bit later today at 5:45. So you guys are still in for a lot of phenomenal value, phenomenal information. So we also have Pace coming up. We have Bill Baptiste helping men, that he's coming up, helping men showing men and helping men build emotional strength. We also have, and we have day 2. Let's not forget that. We also have day 2. We're kicking it off again tomorrow, Saturday at 1 p.m. Be right here doing the same exact thing, the same way on tomorrow, fearlessly. So with that said, with no further ado, I am going to go ahead and introduce to you The next speaker, if he is in the green room in the back, he will be definitely brought out, and it is Wally Green. He has gone viral. He is opening all sorts of event venues and things of that nature that he will definitely tell you about. I think his next one will be opening up on New York Times Square. And OMG, the story, his story, and every entrepreneur has one. And if you don't, you need to create it. And if you're living and breathing and you have a post, you have a story. Don't be afraid of telling your story. And with that, guess what? There will be someone sharing with you on tomorrow exactly that, the importance of sharing your story. So with that, if Wally Green is here, we would definitely love for him to just come up, be brought up on stage. And if he isn't, perfectly okay, because if you know me anyway, and those that don't, on Clubhouse, I can go for hours and hours, and I have on a regular basis, sharing major value. So what I'm going to do is just say to Christina Baca that as soon as it's time, 5 minutes before the next speaker is due to come up, feel free. And if Tenji Collin is here, even Tenji Collin, if he's here, he may not be, but if Tenji Collin is here, go ahead and go to the next speaker on the list and bring them up, and we will keep it flowing. And thank you so much for being the timekeeper today. You are doing a phenomenal job at doing so. And networking. Let me just talk a little bit more and go a little bit deeper into networking and the power of networking. So you did hear me say that I have just finished a virtual conference about a month and a half ago. And we had even 3 NFL players, 2 Super Bowl champions. We had Tim Wright came and spoke for Dome Audio. We also had Jackson Crisp, who is the NFL alumni chapter vice president of the LA chapter as well. He came and spoke, and all of them have spoken for me before on another event venue as well, where we actually built a team of speakers, won gold, by the way, took the gold. Yes, we did, took the gold. And many of the speakers are right here today, again, speaking and sharing value and things of that nature. We have a lot more phenomenal speakers coming on tomorrow as well. Cannot wait. We have Jennifer Houston, who is working at the top, stays and hovers at the top of her in her lane of genius. She just, one day before we kick off the conference, just defeated and conquered another accomplishment. She is now able to sell real estate in the Dominican Republic, in Ghana, in Florida, but she's centrally based out of Georgia. And she actually sold my home to me and many others to my family as well 17 years ago. Again, power of networking. It's important to create relationships and friendships and connections, but it's even more important to not just create them, but maintain them. How do we do that? And why is that important? Well, the names, just a couple of the names that you're going to hear spoken today. He is here. So this is another phenomenal gentleman that never says no, always so patiently waiting to speak and things of that nature as well. So I have already introduced you, Wally Green. Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, powerful story, phenomenal gentleman. On social media, you can find him anywhere on social media, IG to TikTok, where he blows up, goes viral, millions and millions of views on many of his posts and things of that nature. And he's going to definitely unpack all of that and share all of that with you. So Wally Green, thank you, and thank you. It is not just a pleasure, but a privilege to always have you show up and over-deliver on sharing your story so that you are now the beacon, the inspiration, and the motivation for so many others so that they too can learn how to be that fearless entrepreneur, which is the theme of the event. So thank you again for your patience, and thank you for being here. And with no further ado, I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to hand you the floor and let you go ahead and do what you do best. So thank you again.
Wait. Can you hear me clearly? I was just testing stuff. I was like, wait a minute. I just came on to test.
I love it. You're up next. It's on you.
All right. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Oh, absolutely. No worries
5 minutes.
at all.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
I was just coming on early to test. And I was like, wait. All right, 5 minutes, I'm ready.
Awesome. So I have you for 5 minutes. No worries at all. So Wally Green has won tons and tons of all sorts of awards in his lane of genius, in his lane of expertise, in his professional athleticism. And it didn't come easy. It didn't come without challenges. That word challenge, I was getting ready to break it down a little bit. I know I mentioned it's my favorite word a little bit earlier. And then I started talking about networking because it's challenging for some people. Fears, anything that you have a fear of. And guess what? One of the biggest fears in the world is the fear of public speaking. Coming on a platform like this, believe it or not, will bring anxiety, right? So, and especially if you have a little technical difficulty, a little technical snafu. So I changed devices and then I got a call because I forgot to silence, put my phone on do not disturb. So I got a call right in the middle of while I was speaking and bounced out and came back in. However, does that stop you or should it? And did it stop me? Absolutely not. Whatever it is that you have a fear of, that is the one thing that is stopping you from achieving your dreams, your goals, that vision. And one more thing that I also want to add, I want to finish that word challenge and break it down for you because it's very, very important. And when you change the way that you look at things, the way that you look at things will change. The word change. Hint, hint. The word challenge is my favorite because right there built into the word challenge is change. The first 3 letters of the word challenge, CHA, last 3 letters of the word challenge, NGE, right there built into the word challenge is the word change. You have got to remember that nothing will ever be accomplished until you change the way that you think about yourself, the way that you think of business, the way that you think of prospecting, the way that you think of connecting, collaborating, the way that you think of speaking. Nothing will change. And the more things change, the more things stay the same. Because guess what? For every new level, there is going to be a new devil. I'm going to repeat that again for the people in the back. For every new level, there is going to be a new devil. So what are you going to do with your challenges to finish out the last 40 days of 2023? Can you believe that? We only have 40 days. So when you look back, what did you do with 2023? The entire year is almost over, 365 days, and we're on the last 40. So what are you going to do to finish 2023 strong? That is exactly why I created this event. The Royal Influencers Organization has 2 more events coming up as well in December 7th and 8th, and then again on December 29th and 30th. So without further ado, I am going to definitely give this fine young gentleman, phenomenal professional athlete, phenomenal content creator as well. Follow him on all platforms and definitely get pen and paper out and hear and let every word resonate and see how you can put his story into yours. So with that said, I'm going to leave the stage and give it over to you, Wally Green. Thank you so much for being here. Always a pleasure and a privilege to have you.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I just want to put this out there before I begin. There may be some triggers for some people, so I just want to put it out there. Okay, let's get started. You're useless. You'll wind up dead or in jail. Why are you here? You'll never be successful at anything. I'm not your father. I don't even like you. I hate you. Why are you crying? No one's going to help you. Why don't you just disappear already? These are the words I heard every single day from my extremely abusive, narcissistic stepfather. Now, besides all the amazing accolades I've acquired in my life, I will tell you, I am one of the most resilient people you will ever meet. Now, let's take the word resilience. What does it mean? Well, in the dictionary, resilience says the capacity to withstand or to recover quickly from difficulties. Then it goes into toughness. I'm going to say that one more time. Toughness. That's what I want to talk about today. Toughness comes in all forms. You can be a tough person, but mentally weak. And what does a tough person who is mentally weak do? How do they act, especially when irritated? Well, a tough person who's mentally weak might lash out instead of walking away from a situation, right? So toughness comes in all different forms, and it's very important to understand what's your form of toughness. What's the form of toughness that you're pushing out forward towards people? You know, when I was 14 years old, I got sent to Africa. And the reason I got sent there was because I was caught in school with a loaded weapon. And instead of doing 10 years in jail, somehow they were able to use my grades, use the other things that I did accomplish in school to get me sent to boarding school for 2 years. So I went to a totally different country for 2 years as a form of punishment. And in those 2 years, I spent the whole time trying to find myself, the whole time trying to get acceptance, the whole time trying to get people to like me just for me. And I experienced a lot of hardships there because apparently there I wasn't the real black, right? They used to make fun of me. They used to say, oh, you're the kid who eats butter, which meant that I was weak. And I did a lot of different things to gain respect, such as I fought a lot. Then eventually I joined this thing called the Man of War. And Man of War was like if you took Boy Scouts and you took the most militant army without being in the militant army, that would be what Man of War was. And it made me tough and it made me strong and it made me hard. And when I was coming back to visit, that was 2 years later, I was 16. The only thing that I could think about is how I could now protect my mother, right? Because I just came from Africa, spent a lot of time fighting there. I joined this crazy military thing. And now I felt I was strong and I could protect my mother. The only thing I ever wanted to do in my life was to protect my mom from the physical abuse of my stepfather. And one day I was sitting down having some food, and my mom was in the kitchen preparing something for my stepfather. And my stepfather walks in, they start arguing. And my stepfather goes and grabs my mom by the throat and starts choking her during their argument. All I did was turn around and I looked to see what was going on. And my stepfather immediately told me, he says, what are you looking at? If you look over here, you're going to get the same thing. Now, I completely lost it, right? Because, you know, if a kid goes through this, you know, for so many years, you become a time bomb. And I exploded. I left my house, which I don't remember doing, and I came back with a gun. And I wanted to end my stepfather's life that day. I put the gun to my stepfather's head, wanted to end my stepfather's life. And my mom called the police hysterically. And my mom says to the police, you guys need to hurry up. You guys have to hurry. My son is trying to kill my husband. Not that my son was protecting me from the person who was choking me, right? It was that my son was trying to kill my husband. And that moment, that instance, my soul left me, my heart left me, because everything that I thought about doing was protecting my mom. And finally, I was able to do it. And my mom turned against me. I wind up putting this gun to my mom's face as well. And, you know, I really wanted to end both their lives that day. And this is true. You know, I really wanted to do it. And I hated myself for a long time for having not had done it. But because I was tough enough to fight my emotions and not let them take full control of me, because I was smart enough to not think, I was smart enough to think what would happen if I went through with this, because I was resilient enough to not give into that crazy fire of revenge that we get sometimes, right? Instead, I chose to protect myself and I walked away. This was the biggest pivotal turning point in my entire life. The only reason why I'm here sharing my story with you today, you know, and resilience, I can't begin to tell you how important it is, right? If you take from that situation to what I've accomplished now. Today, I'm a pro athlete. I'm a successful entrepreneur. I'm a New York Times featured profile. I'm a published writer. I'm a TEDx speaker. I've even done diplomacy for world peace in the most dangerous country in the world, North Korea. But more importantly, I'm living proof that resilience turns dreams into reality. Remember that. I'm going to say that one more time. Resilience, 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 perseverance, all of that turns dreams into reality. You know, and if you have the determination, anyone can achieve greatness. No matter what your dream is, no matter how crazy that dream is, right? Think about it. Going to North Korea to do a diplomacy for world peace by yourself, a kid from the projects who grew up with extreme domestic violence. That makes zero sense. It makes zero sense in any realm of whatever you believe in, right? So, you know, with resilience, you can achieve any kind of greatness beyond your wildest dreams, you know? And I always like to think about this very deeply, right? You know, how do we become resilient, right? How do we persevere, right? You know, not everyone has the same situations. Not everyone can persevere as well as another person. Not anyone can be as resilient as another person. You know, how do we become resilient? And I think that's a mindset. I think resilience is a mindset. I think you have to train your mind to believe that no matter what, everything's going to be okay. No matter how difficult, no matter how hard, no matter what insane circumstance you're in, because we all go through the craziestness of crazies, right? No matter what it is, you have to always believe that it will be okay, right? Because in reality, if you're at the bottom of the bottom, you can't go no further than that. You know, the only room you have to go is up. And if you truly, truly believe that, you know, I can only go up from here, that's how you build resilience. That's how you build perseverance, by believing that it will be okay. So I think the most important thing for everyone here who is looking to be resilient, or looking to be able to persevere, looking to be able to get through any moment, or any crazy thing that's bothering them, is to truly in your mind, in your heart, in your soul, believe that it will always be okay. So my name is Wally Green, and I'm never done speaking, but I am done for now. For me, I like to leave time for questions if people have questions. That's one of my most important things when I give talks, is that interaction. So if you have questions, I would love to hear them. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you all.
Wow, wow, wow. What a powerful, powerful story. So, Wally, I do have a question.
Yes.
I love that you broke down resilience. I love the point that you just made, which was, I believe, the epitome of your story is when you're at the bottom, there's only one way from there, up, right? So for being a fearless entrepreneur, for all of the entrepreneurs out there, or striving entrepreneurs, thriving entrepreneurs, whatever level you are at, for every mountain that you have had to climb, when you get to the top of every mountain is the bottom of the next.
Yes.
So that is exactly what I kept hearing in your stories. Those challenges just kept coming, and you are the most resilient person that I know. That was something that you said when you opened your segment, your speech. So what I wanted to ask is, how did you reprogram your thinking? Who was it? Because there's always a who behind the scene of someone who just came in, stepped in, stood in the gap for your mom, because she too was stuck in a situation where anybody can be in this situation. Anybody can find themselves in that situation where you are relying on a person for your very well-being, for your basic needs. And losing that person in your mind, losing that person would mean that you would now not be able to function, live, thrive, or have your basic needs met. And this is definitely a very, very important topic. And I'm glad that you also said that there was a trigger warning, but for those people who might have experienced something to this effect, or maybe it brings up memories and feelings and things of that nature. However, that is what being resilient is all about. Sometimes sharing your story is where you actually heal the most. The more you talk about it, the easier it becomes. The more you grow, the more you accept that that was just a part, a small part. You had to grow through those things, grow through those things, because they were all growth phases, lessons learned to get where you are today. And I have another question. Would you change anything?
I definitely would not change a thing. And you know what's funny? This is gonna sound really, really crazy.
I love it. Let us have it, because this is your mindset and you have accomplished so much that there's people out there that needed to hear this story. So I would love to hear it.
The driving force to my mindset comes from the actual person who was the abuser.
Wow.
For many years,
that was powerful.
The person who was the abuser, had control over me, had control over the way I thought, had control over the way I acted towards people. And it took a long time for me to realize this, right?
Wow.
When I thought about this person, when people mention this person or things that this person did, I would reflect them on others. And it took me a while to say to myself, you know what? I don't ever want to become anything this person's ever said. And right now, I'm doing everything that can land me in that position. So I was able to let go of that anger towards that person.
Wow.
And I was able to take that anger and turn it into something positive, right? So a lot of people ask me, because, I do so many different things, which are just like, they're just off the wall, weird, not weird, but they're just off the wall stuff that technically I shouldn't be doing. And people say, how are you always successful? And the reason I'm always successful is because of the words that my stepfather told me. You will never be successful. You will never accomplish anything in your life. You will never be that person. So whenever I'm stuck, or whenever I feel things are difficult and I'm tight, I remember those words all the time. And now, instead of those words making me upset, making me angry, making me lash out at people, what they do now is they give me motivation. They give me, because I'm a competitor. In life, we're all competitors. We're all competing to get to a one certain goal. And I'm a fierce competitor. So now I use those words to propel me and to push me to get through whatever it is I'm going through.
Absolutely.
And that's how I do it. It's strange, but that is the way I do it.
Wow, that was powerful. I'm going to just let that sit there for a second, because not everything needs anything to be added to it. That is powerful. You now use those very words that were told to you, derogatory words that were said to you as a child, daily, repeatedly. Nobody's coming to help you. What are you crying for? You're not going to be successful. You're not going to be anything. You now use those words that are already in your subconscious anyway. They're already there. And the minute fear comes up, again, fearless entrepreneur, anytime fear comes up again, you hear them and you use them now as fuel. You use them just like pouring gasoline on a fire, and the fire gets bigger and stronger. When you are challenged, it reminds you of feeling helpless when your stepfather was saying all of those things to you and you could not help yourself until the one day you blew. So I know for a fact that there's some entrepreneur that's watching, that's listening, and they are the opposite. You acted out aggressively whenever you felt pinned against the wall again, because you
Right.
were fighting to not ever allow someone else to pin you in a corner and for you to
Right.
be helpless again, ever. Which there's two different ways people react in the fight or flight response.
Right.
And you would go to the fight side, and you would want to fight the person that was trying to demean you, disrespect you, and pin you down in a corner or limit you with their words. You would fight, but you've now learned how to not fight and compete against yourself.
Yes.
You are competing against yourself using those very words that you call your words, abuser, stepfather, used against you on a daily basis repeatedly. You now use those words as fuel to propel you. And wow, just give us 10 things that you were able to accomplish, and the person, the mentor that helped you get to this point.
You know it's funny, like you just said something that was so important, and I mentioned this a lot. The biggest competition that you'll ever have in your entire life, the most important competition, the biggest one, is the competition against yourself. This I
Powerful.
learned when I was playing around the world for the US team. I learned this in business. I learned this in life. I am my biggest competitor, the competition against myself. And that is the hardest one to win. And when I say against yourself, I mean that competition of yourself telling you you can't, of yourself
Yes.
telling you maybe it's not going to work out, of
Yes.
yourself telling you that, you know what, maybe you shouldn't do this. These
That's
are the
it.
competitions against yourself that I think are the biggest and the most difficult. And when you're able to win that competition against
Absolutely.
yourself,
Yes,
competition
absolutely.
against everyone else is easy.
Wow. Wow. That was powerful. That was a full masterclass that you just gave in minutes. Absolutely loved it. Thank you, and thank you again for sharing your story. Every time that you share it, it's just more compelling as well. And it's on you. As an entrepreneur, it's on you. As a business owner, it's on you to get you and your business where it needs to go. Yes, we can connect and collaborate with people, but that thing, that one thing that you fear the most is the thing that's stopping you.
Yes.
That is that one thing. The minute you decide, and that's, you know what resilience is? Resilience, another word, one word for resilience, or one thing that you have to do to really become more resilient is you just have to make a decision. It's a decision. Resilience is a decision. I have decided that I no longer will allow, in your case, anyone to demean, degrade, disrespect me, not with their words or anything else. And if and when they do, I will show them with my results.
Yes. 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 Yes.
That is what I have just really put in a little package, wrapped it in a beautiful gift wrap paper, and
Yes.
put a bow on it, because that is exactly what you have done. And that is exactly what everyone else that's listening right now, anything that you fear, just make a decision that I will no longer allow this thing, that thing, playing small, other success, because fear is real. Fear is real, even though it's just something that we don't think. It's, well, fantasizing events that appear real, or some people say that, well, that's just one. And then there's another. It's the way you look at things. When you change the way that you look at things, the way that you look at things change. So instead of saying fear is fantasizing events that appear real, right? Like the boogeyman for kids. Oh, the boogeyman's coming. Well, there is no boogeyman, right? We all know that. They know it as well. But whatever you put in your subconscious will show up in your conscious world.
Yes.
And that is exactly what's happening with all of the entrepreneurs, which is why so many of them don't succeed, because they don't realize that you have to fail your way to success. If you try it once and it doesn't work, don't stop trying. You only fail when you stop trying. But as long as you're trying, you're succeeding, because guess what? Just like when they learn to drive a car, ride a bike, skate, they fail, scrape their knees up, they took a wrong turn, hit the brakes too hard, put too much gas, and then they learned how to now calibrate. Do less of this because it didn't work, or stop doing this because it's causing me to lose business, or it's slowing me down. and now do more of the things that's going to help me move the needle closer to my destination, my goal, my vision. And one other thing is you definitely are a visionary. You see it. You have to be able to see it before it happens. And then you have to be able to be resilient and take the necessary steps, the massive faithful action to make sure that you get there and that it happens. And what I find that a lot of people do is they don't face everything and rise, which is exactly the example that's fear. That's an acronym too. Face, the F, everything, the E, and the A, and rise, the R. So you can face everything and rise. Again, it's a decision. Or you can fantasize about the events that aren't even real.
Yes.
And both acronyms say the same thing. But it's how you think of it, and it's what you tell yourself and put in your mind that determines the result that you're going to get. So you can stay stuck, stagnant, and have a pity party, step it up, face the fear, do it anyway, do it scared, keep moving towards your goal, connect with the right people, share your story, and now show up as your true authentic self, unafraid, and win over and over and over again, which is exactly what you have done. So thank you again, Wally Green. Phenomenal segment, great story as usual. And thank you again for popping in and testing out StreamYard. That was another great example of how to be prepared, right?
Yes.
So you were just stepping in to be prepared, and then you actually stepped in at the right time. It was perfect timing, actually, by the way. So thank you. And by the way, again, congratulations on the new addition to your family.
Thank you.
Say hello to the wife and the kids and all of those things, and happy holidays again. So thank you again, Wally Green.
Well, thank you for having me. Appreciate it always.
You're quite welcome. So with no further ado, thank you. That was a phenomenal segment. It needs no other ad-libbing, nothing else to add. That was powerful. I don't think that there is a person that was here present today that heard Wally Green's story, or a person that's going to watch this live later, replay later, and not get value from every single one of the speakers today. You saw Andrew Bouye of American360consultant.com share my name, Ramona, for 20% off of them helping you get your taxes done, as well as going back to 2020, 2021 and getting those tax credits so you don't leave $50,000 on the table like one of his phenomenal clients did, on an amendment, by the way. And thank God for American 360 Consulting. I know that she's definitely grateful for them. And I am definitely grateful as well for this next phenomenal speaker, phenomenal content creator. Let me tell you guys something about Sean Dodd. He is not only an Army Ranger, he is a content creator, phenomenal entrepreneur as well. You definitely want to follow him on all platforms. And let me tell you, the content that he creates is so mesmerizing. I'm sitting there trying to post for this event, and he had this phenomenal post that he made on IG of him changing like 8 times in like 2 seconds. And I sat there and watched it over and over and over again because it was so intriguing, trying to figure out how he made this happen. And he has been phenomenal with creating awesome brand partnerships because of his relentless fearlessness, dedication, and commitment to showing up and really taking his content creation very serious. And it's no different from every other entrepreneur that you've already heard from. And here you are again. I already told you guys were in for a treat. And so with that, Sean Dodd, take it away. And I cannot wait for you to give all of these other phenomenal entrepreneurs who are out there watching and waiting. I saw the tickets still coming through this morning. So they are out there watching as well. So thank you, and thank you for saying yes for the second time and being here and being a presenter and speaker for the Royal Influencers Organization. So over to you, Sean. Hello, 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 Sean. You are muted. I just wanted to let you know that you have been muted. So can you please unmute and make sure that you're, yes, you have to unmute. Sean, can you unmute? Okay, so everybody just give us 1 second. Technical difficulties are just a part of it. You're getting ready to see exactly what it looks like to be a fearless entrepreneur. Nothing or no one should stop what it is that you have set out to accomplish. So while he checks his actual sound, I love, he has a beautiful background. He is an Army Ranger, phenomenal content creator. So Sean, when you have, you might have to give StreamYard your permissions. You have to give StreamYard permissions for your microphone. And I know that he's used it before because he spoke with us before. So he may have to just go back out and come back in. Go back out and come back in. If you go out and come back in, it may now reactivate your permissions. All you have to do is probably go back out and come back in. That will always work for me. Whenever I'm having an issue, I go out, log out, and I come back in. So that is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? It doesn't matter if we're on Zoom. Doesn't matter if you're on StreamYard. Doesn't really matter what platform. You have to be ready and expect those technical difficulties. And when they show up, guess what? We keep going. We keep moving. One foot in front of the other, despite the technical difficulties. Because guess what? We just talked about challenges. That word challenge, right? Built right into that word challenge is the word change. CHA at the beginning, NGE at the end. So challenges are there for a reason. It is to get you to change something. Maybe it's that anything that goes wrong flusters you and takes you out of your game, takes you out of focus. But I am here to let you know today that nothing, absolutely nothing on this event today that we titled the theme, the very thing is fearless entrepreneur. That's who we are. That's who we are becoming. And that is exactly what we are going to be today as well. So Sean Dodd is a consummate professional. Trust me, just go to all of his feeds all over social media, TikTok, Instagram, IG, YouTube. It doesn't really matter. Sean Dodd or Iron Ranger. Iron Ranger is his handle on all social media sites as well, because he was an Army Ranger as well. He's a father, phenomenal father as well. And he is definitely going to show up and do this presentation today, even if we have to maybe take, there he is. So Sean?
I think we're good.
Oh my goodness, we are phenomenal. You're coming in loud and clear. So thank you. So sorry that we had that little snafu, but guess what? I just shared with them and I'm going to share it with you. We are fearless.
All right,
we don't let one little challenge stop us from doing anything. So with that, over to you. And Christina, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your patience.
And you can take me back down. Thank you so much, Sean Dodd.
Okay, we're going to try this again. Thank you, everyone. Forgive me. When I moved my microphone, suddenly it decided it wanted to just turn off on me and reset itself. So that's how that works. That's the beautiful thing about technology, and that's why we have to roll with it. So we're going to try this one more time. Hello, my name is Sean Dodd. I want to start this speech by giving you the best content suggestion you've ever seen, this world famous cheese analogy. Now, this is great. I got to get into character here. I love cheese. It's soft and tasty. Yum. It can be used in many dishes, like dessert. Everybody loves dessert. And everybody loves cheese. It has multiple colors, like yellow. And yellow is the color of sun. But, you know, sometimes it's orange too, and so is cheese. Everyone I know loves cheese. I love cheese. So a lot of content starts that way. I think we need to change it up. We need to remind ourselves that I freaking love cheese. It's so soft and tasty and it melts in your mouth. Cheese can be used in everything, like tacos. I love tacos, but they're even better with cheese. Did you know cheese is used in desserts? Heck yes. It has multiple colors like yellow. Yellow is the color of Bumblebee, the Transformer. That robot is fierce, much like cheese in my mouth. Everyone I know loves cheese, and I Love cheese. Now, you just got the world famous cheese analogy that I derived years ago when talking to others around sales and getting attention. Which version resonated with you? There's two parts to that. Why did it resonate? What emotions came out of it? Could you taste the cheese into your mouth? Did you feel energized about cheese after that? I'm going to explain why and how this is effective in content creation today. I'm going to delve into your emotions and thoughts and get you to feel the very essence of your social media pages. Mostly, I'm going to help you understand the fun journey around expert content creation and how to maximize your page's value. Content creation is much like the cheese analogy. It has to have the right emotion, the right values, and the right feeling to be successful. The cheese analogy is world famous because you will never forget it. Also, I just opened up my speech with a hook. A hook is gathering the audience's attention in the first segment of your content that you will create. Normally, for a short form content, you have to have 2 to 3 seconds to hook your audience. That's all the time you have. So pay attention today so I can help you understand how to get effective hooks. Today, we embark on a journey into the vibrant world of social media content creation. I'm known as Iron Ranger 023 across all social media platforms, and I will be your guide through the exciting realm of expert content. Today, we're not going to just talk, but we are going to feel the very essence of your social media pages and discover the fun journey of maximizing value. My mission is to help you understand why expert content creation is vital today, delving into your emotions and your thoughts and guiding you on the path to elevate your social media presence. You will hear me say things today such as evoking emotions and feelings or talking about education. These will be vital in your content creation journey. So what are we going to discuss today? I'm going to share some of the startling statistics on engagement and why social media is so important. Then we're going to journey across the platforms and what content types are more important for them. We're going to briefly discuss Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Threads, and LinkedIn. I'll guide you through the basic types of content that work best for each platform, ensuring your message resonates effectively. So, what are some types of content and how to create them, and what do we do with them? We're going to talk about that today. We're going to also talk about what everybody wants to understand right now, how to monetize your social media. We're going to discuss strategies for monetization, partnerships, sponsor content, and turning your social media into a lucrative venture. So before we dive into the intricacies of content creation, let's grasp the sheer magnitude of social media's impact. These statistics are more than just numbers. They represent the heartbeat of our digital world. Did you know that over 3.6 billion people worldwide are active on social media? Some studies even say it's closer to 4 million. That's nearly half the global population. Now imagine the colossal engagement potential your content has within this vast digital landscape. It also harkens the ability that you do not need to make content for everyone, just people you wish to resonate with. On average, users spend about 2 hours and 31 minutes per day on social media platforms. Now think about it. That's more than many of us spend in our daily commutes. Social media has become an integral part of our daily routines. Visual content still remains supreme. Posts with images are more likely to receive 2.3 times more engagement than those without it. It's a testament to the power of captivating visuals in capturing attention and fostering connections. Mobile devices are playing a pivotal role, with about 98% of social media users accessing platforms through their smartphones. This emphasizes the need for content that seamlessly fits into the palm of our hands. Did you know it costs a business anywhere between 50 cents to $2.50, depending on what platform, to capture an engaged follower on social media? In just 3 years, experts say that it will cost a business almost $10 to capture that same follower. Why? They see the dynamic shift that's happening. These statistics paint a vivid picture of social media's potential and influence. It's not just a tool, it's a dynamic space where billions converge daily. Now let's explore your content and how it can stand out and become an integral part of this global conversation. Let's embark on this fascinating journey across the diverse landscape of social media platforms. Each platform has its own rhythm, its own dance, and understanding how to sway to each beat is critical for effective content creation. As we delve into the content creation, let me guide you through the basic types that thrive on each platform, ensuring your message resonates effectively. Let's start with Instagram. Our first stop should always be Instagram. It's a visual haven where stories are told through captivating images and videos. It's a place where aesthetics reign supreme with features like stories and reels. It's not just a platform, it's a canvas for creativity. The type of content you want to create on Instagram is simple. Visuals speak volumes. Striking images, creative stories, and engaging reels are currency. It's about creating a visual identity that stops the scroll and invites exploration. Now let's discuss Facebook, the elder statesman of social media. It's not just a timeline of events, it's a bustling community square. From groups to dynamic content, Facebook provides a versatile stage for your brand. In the realm of Facebook content creation, it's about fostering a sense of community. From shareable posts to interactive polls, your content should spark conversations and make your brand a part of their daily social experience. Now let's move on to the dynamic world of TikTok, the birthplace of trends, the kingdom of short form videos, where creativity knows no bounds. It's an energetic dance floor where your content can take center stage in seconds. You can go viral on TikTok faster than any other platform. On TikTok, you want to embrace the short form video culture. You want to entertain, educate, or simply make them laugh in under a minute. Use trends, challenges, and duets to amplify your reach. Watch out though, TikTok is changing rapidly and pushing long form content. You may want to consider cross-sharing your YouTube content with TikTok very soon. Which now leads me to venture into YouTube, the world of long-form content. A visual encyclopedia, a hub for in-depth exploration. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video is absolutely worth 1,000,000. YouTube is where stories unfold. YouTube content calls for longer narratives. Deep dive into storytelling tutorials and behind the scenes. Your content should provide value, entertain, or solve a problem, keeping viewers hooked. Now let's tweet our way into the Twitter, that platform formerly known as Twitter, now called X. The platform of concise yet powerful expressions. In a world of brevity, your content competes for attention. It's where trends are set and conversations spark in 280 characters or less. Twitter content demands wit and brevity. Craft concise, impactful tweets that resonate with your audience. Use hashtags to join the conversation and trends, making your brand a part of the larger dialogue. But it has a competitor, and that is called Threads, a rising star in the social media galaxy, a platform where depth meets simplicity. It's about connecting intimately and sharing threads of thoughts and weaving narrative that resonates. Threads content thrives on simplicity and depth. Dive into topics, share thoughts in a threaded format, and content can be intimate with your audience. It's about quality over quantity. Now let's extend our exploration to LinkedIn, the professional powerhouse of social media. It's the boardroom of the digital world where your brand's professional narrative takes center stage. Creating engaging content on LinkedIn requires a strategic approach. Craft attention-grabbing headlines, share concise and insightful posts, and use visuals to enhance your message. Encourage interaction through questions, calls to action, and other things. Leverage features like LinkedIn stories and polls for added engagement. Consistency here is key. So maintain a regular posting schedule and showcase the human side of your brand. By providing value, sparking discussions, and showcasing authenticity, you'll cultivate a dynamic, engaged LinkedIn community. So we're going to conclude our journey across these platforms. Remember that content creation is an art, and each canvas demands a unique stroke. Tailor your content to fit the platform, and you will find your audience dancing to the rhythm of your brand. Now let's explore the creative content types that we can do to elevate your brands across these platforms. We've now laid the foundation with platform insights, so we're going to dive into the dynamic realm of creative content creation. These are the types that are not only capture attention, but also forge a long-lasting connection. Imagine your content is not just as posts, but as experiences. Experiences are what capture people's attention. Now let's explore how to make those experiences truly unforgettable. When you open short-form content, you only have 2 to 3 seconds to capture the audience's attention. Do you think they want to see a commercial? They want to see something engaging. They want to see something educational, or they want to be taken on an emotional trip that will hook them into the main body of the content. Visual content is the heartbeat of social media. From striking images to eye-catching graphics, they stop the endless scroll. On Instagram and Facebook, visuals speak louder than words, ensuring your images are not just seen, but felt. Use filters, play with colors, and let your visuals tell a story before the caption is even read. Interaction is also the essence of engagement. On platforms like Facebook and Twitter, leveraging interactive posts are important. Polls, quizzes, and questions invite your audience to participate. It's not just about broadcasting, it's about creating a dialogue. By involving your audience, you're not just a brand, you're a conversation partner. But we also want to talk about the magic of storytelling. On platforms like YouTube and Threads, your content should unfold like a narrative. Your audience should be taken on a journey. Whether it's behind the scenes as a glimpse into your business or a day in life, or a customer success story, or it could just be your own brand story. Storytelling will transcend the digital screen. It creates an emotional connection that lasts. One of the top strategies in creating content is to educate your audience. You are not needing to have a flashy opening or crazy dance to garner attention like most people think. You need to educate your audience on something that draws attention and makes them want to come back for more. Here's an example. A creative hook could be, I'm going to show you how to XYZ today. Or you could ask them a question. Have you ever wanted to XYZ? I'm going to show you how. The power of your audience voice is unparalleled. Encourage user-generated content, whether it's a customer showcasing your product on TikTok or a follower sharing their experience on Facebook. These authentic moments build trust. Your audience becomes your brand ambassadors, echoing your message far beyond your immediate reach. And at the very end of everything, you want to make sure your video has a call to action. It's a description of the image you want to have left with your audience. You want to tell them where to go and what to do. You want to tell them to go to your website and find more information. Advertise to them how to follow you. Let them know to comment on your post, etc. Let them know what to do. This call to action will engage your viewers to the next stage of your social media, where most of us never ever use this call to action technique. In this whirlwind tour of creative concepts, remember that creativity knows no bounds. Visual interactions, storytelling, the collective voice of your audience are all threads that weave a tapestry of engagement. As we move forward, let's explore how this creativity can translate not just into engagement, but be tangible for your brand. Now, as we transition into the final frontier of our social media journey, let's delve into the golden question that many of you are wondering: how can you monetize your social media and have financial success? I know that's the question I get asked the most. The landscape of social media offers various adventures for monetization. One powerful strategy is using affiliate marketing. By strategically partnering with individuals who have a following and having them promote your product or service, you can earn a sale, and then they can earn a commission for each sale generated through your unique affiliate link. This symbiotic relationship benefits both of you, and the creators who do this become loyal to who they endorse. I guess it's always nice to have a creator in your back pocket. In the world of social media, collaborations are the key to unlocking new opportunities. Building partnerships with other businesses or individuals, or even different brands in your niche, can open doors to shared audiences. Whether it's a joint venture or a cross-promotion strategy or co-hosting events, partnerships amplify your reach and potential for monetization. Beyond sponsorships and affiliations, though, you want to consider that your social media can directly translate into clients for your own products and your own services. Showcase your expertise, share success stories, and offer glimpses into the value you provide. As your audience sees the impact you make, some will naturally transition from followers to clients, fueling the financial success of your venture. I like to call it the 80-20 rule. 80% is for your audience and 20% is for you to monetize. So remember the 80-20 rule. People want to see who you are and feel connected to you.
Wow.
So look, a lot of this comes up and a lot of people are saying, wow, there's a lot going on here. But I'd like to offer you a few things for those of you watching today and realizing that a lot can go into social media. It's not just a post and forget it thing to build it correctly. Your posts aren't going to go viral most of the time. And sometimes you just need to learn how to do it. It's okay. I got your back. So for everybody watching today, I am offering a free consultation for anyone who wants to jump on a call with me. You can go to my website, or I even opened up my calendar on my website, or you can just message me on Instagram or Facebook, the word call, and I will send you a calendar link. We'll get on a Zoom and we'll talk about your current situation and how to help it along. I want to help you become successful. In conclusion, the journey across social media platforms isn't just about building an audience. It's about cultivating opportunities for financial success. Whether you're using it through strategic affiliations, sponsored content, or partnerships, or you're trying to turn followers into clients, your social media can be a powerful revenue generating tool. As you navigate this final chapter, remember your influence extends beyond engagement metrics. It can translate into a thriving business. As we wrap our heads around the journey that captivates the realms of social media, let's circle back to where we started. Cheese. Much like well-aged cheese, your social media presence matures with time. It gains richness, it gains depth and influence. We explored the significance of each platform, navigated the intricacies of content creation, and unraveled the pathway to financial success. As we discuss strategies for monetization, partnerships, and turning followers into clients, remember your social media journey just isn't about the numbers. It's really about the impact and the opportunity you create. So whether you're crafting content on Instagram, sparking conversations on Twitter, or diving into the vibrant worlds of TikTok, savor the journey, relish the connections, and let your social media be the symphony of flavors that leaves everyone craving more. Thank you for embarking on this cheesy yet enlightening journey with me. As you navigate the ever-evolving landscape of social media, may your content be as irresistible as the finest cheese, and may your influence continue to age like fine wine. Now go forth, create and engage, and turn your social media presence into a masterpiece. Remember, just like great cheese platter, your social media should be curated, enjoyed, and savored by all who encounter it. Cheers to you and your social media success. I'm looking forward to hearing from many of you as we go along in our journey together.
Wow, 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 Sean. Thank you so much for delivering that powerful segment on content creation. And can you just tell everyone, what has it been like? What type of brand partnerships have you been able to create and accomplish? Can everybody hear me?
I hear you now.
Oh, there you go. So what kind of brand partnerships have you been able to create?
You know, I've gone from everything from top of the line brands like Hugo Boss, and we could go on over and over again, to just startups. So I've done everything in between. Over 1,000 brands that I've had partnered with as well. I've taken on over 150 clients where I help them with their social media journey and platforms. And for me, it's just about finding what the way we work in my social media marketing agency is we tap into you and your brand and what you're trying to create. And I use my business background and the influence I have with other partnerships to create the best content for you and your brand, and teach you how to use social media in a way that actually elevates your brand and personality.
Wow.
So it's a lot of fun.
Wow. And you have a lot of fun with it, because I definitely get entertained. Like you said, you want to educate and entertain and keep them interested. And you have learned how to do it like I have not seen any other. So I definitely want to thank you, because I know for a fact I got a lot of value out of it. It's not just a brand message. You're having a conversation. It's not just post and forget it. They are an extension of your brand. They go out and take your message out way farther and quicker than you can alone just by posting. So thank you. Love the 80-20 rule as well. So thank you. That was another big takeaway. DM Sean Dodd, the word call, so that you can definitely book a call and get on a call with him so that he can help you get your content all the way together and go viral as well. His name should actually be Viral Ranger instead of Iron Ranger, because he has perfected going viral. So thank you so much, Sean Dodd.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate you.
All righty. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Christina Baca, for doing a phenomenal job. Can't do it without you. Love you. My mentee, 18-year-old entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur already an author, as well as a business owner, doing phenomenal things. And guess what, everybody? Please congratulate her on the back channels of all over social media. She's always on Clubhouse when I'm there as well, and even when I'm not, but she's always going to be found in business rooms as well. Only 18 years old, started and chose me as her mentor, and started when she was only 17 years old, a little bit earlier this year of 2023. And now, guess what? She is now just newly enrolled in real estate school. So can you believe that? So what are we going to see with her putting herself in the proximity of all of these phenomenal entrepreneurs, which is putting yourself in the proximity of power, which is what every single one of you are doing right now as well. If you took time out of your busy day to be here as a speaker, if you took time out of your day and minutes to register and then show up, you are winning. That is exactly what being fearless is all about. Doing it scared, doing it anyway. And we have such a treat. We have so many other phenomenal entrepreneurs coming up. We have Shara Ruffin, who went from almost being evicted and losing everything to now multiple six figures just this year. Yes, just this year. From last year, almost losing everything, to this year, now being uber successful on LinkedIn, being the voice of LinkedIn, helping so many people pass their social worker exam, which took her months and years because she was dealing with so many other challenges. And it was her mindset that kept her where she was, playing small, thinking everything was hard or too difficult, or allowing the weight of challenges to consume her. And when she made the decision, the game changed. And the last time I talked to her, she spoke in a couple of our events already. The last time I talked to her, she was at over $500,000 earned from all over social media now because she's branched out, but primarily starting. But in the beginning, guess what? She struggled with her content. She struggled with what to say, what to share. She struggled with showing up live, afraid, fear. That is precisely what drove me to the theme of this event, which is fearless entrepreneur, because that is how you thrive and not just survive. That is how you grow through your challenges and not just go through your challenges. And connecting and collaborating is the missing piece that a lot of people forget about, and they don't use, and they don't take full advantage of it and leverage it. And because of that, that is why a large number of entrepreneurs stop and quit. I won't say fail, because if you're still moving, regardless of how much success that you've had, you're winning and you're growing. But it isn't until you stop and give up that you fail. So my win strategy that I want to share with you really quickly before we bring Shara Ruffin up, and if Shara Ruffin isn't here, let's go to the next speaker, which is Tenji Collin. And if Tenji Collin is here, please definitely get ready. I know that she's full. Her plate is full. She did tell me she's very busy as well. However, she also lost a loved one. She was supposed to speak at her second conference with us a few weeks ago, and she lost a loved one unexpectedly just the day before the conference. So there you go. And guess what she did? With her father being diagnosed with a tumor and walking in the door fainting, dealing with that, she continued to post. She continued to help people. She continued to serve. She continued to show up as her true, authentic self. But she struggled in the beginning. Let's not forget that. That's all a part of the journey. The struggle in those valleys, those low areas, those low points, that's where you grow the most. So don't be afraid of challenges, because without them, we would not realize our strength. So if Shara Ruffin is here, Christina Baca, if you can just bring her up. If she isn't, and Tenji Collin is here, feel free to bring him up as well, if he is available and wants to go ahead and jump in a little bit early. Otherwise, I don't mind, and I will continue. So that is exactly what I will do until they show up. If someone can just send her a quick little DM message or something of that nature as well to let her know that she is definitely up, but that would be perfectly okay as well. I definitely wanted to talk about the struggle of entrepreneurship. The struggle of entrepreneurship is the staple of entrepreneurship. It is what makes entrepreneurship entrepreneurship. That is exactly why inside of the definition, the textbook definition of entrepreneurship, it says risk, with a large amount of risk, because you don't know what day, that one day that you just decide to show up and step up, that you will actually now be able to blow up and thrive. So with that said, I now am excited to bring to you guys Will Baptiste. Oh my goodness, Will to Rise. He has just launched a book. 2023 has definitely been a game changer for you, Will. And I just absolutely love that you have really embraced entrepreneurship, really, while he's working a 9-to-5, which is exactly what I love. Remember, I did tell you guys, it will be a variety of people. He's allowing his 9-to-5 to fund his dream of becoming an entrepreneur and an author. And let me tell you, he is knocking it out of the park. He is knocking down those goals one at a time. He is not playing with it. He is dead serious, and I am here for it. I absolutely love it. He actually signed up for the VIP ticket in our last event. And the VIP ticket had a one-on-one. And he actually said, I do not want to waste not one moment. He said, I bought that VIP ticket just because I would get this opportunity to have a one-on-one. And when I tell you, he took full advantage of it. He leveraged it. And when I say he leveraged it, he got on that call, he asked the right questions. And let me just say this too. The level of the answers that you get will always be based on the level of the questions that you ask. And when I say he showed up ready to ask, it was scheduled. You had to schedule it. You didn't just randomly just show up. But when he scheduled it, he already knew exactly what it is that he wanted. I'm going to let him share with you guys the result of him leveraging, connecting, and collaborating. And one thing that he also said in that call is, I bought this ticket because of the one-on-one. And I also bought this ticket because one day I'm going to be a speaker in one of your Royal Influencers Organization events. So I also want to point out that there is power in your words. Whatever it is that you say, if you believe it and you have the audacity to say it and believe it, and then take massive faith-filled action, you can only succeed. And that is exactly, now it's just a matter of time. And the T in time is the distance between here where you are now and there, wherever it is that you want to be. The only difference is time. If you are willing to just keep going, keep moving forward, no matter what struggles, you're going to have breakups and you're going to have losses, like losing, literally. Samara Beth lost her father about 2 weeks ago, showed up today still, regardless, and spoke. And then you have Shara, who did tell me how busy she was, and she wasn't sure if she would be able to, because she is kind of the pillar of her family. But she easily, I think if I'm not mistaken, she might be at 750,000. Clearly headed for $1 million in 12 months. In 12 months, from almost being evicted and losing everything. And Will Baptiste is no different from challenges and things of that nature, challenges in his relationships and marriages and things of that nature. And what he did with it was exactly what you just heard Wally Green did with his challenges. He took it, he accepted it, he used it as fuel, and then he went to work on his dream, on his vision. And he was able, I gave him a couple of tips and he said, I want you to know I'm an action taker. And I said, well, that's all the better. So show me what you can do. And when I tell you, he took that advice and he came right back and asked a question on the back channels. And I gave him the answer. And before I knew it, he was inviting me to a masterclass, full masterclass, by the way, that he had created, which was one of my ideas, so that he can make a signature course for his book, Will to Rise. Go on to Amazon, every single one of you. Go on to Amazon, pull up Will Baptiste, get Will to Rise, because let me tell you, I have sat in that masterclass and I listened in. I also see all of the posts that he does on LinkedIn is one of his primary platforms, but I see him on Facebook and everywhere else as well. He's also on OWL as well, which is another platform where you actually get paid for your calls and things of that nature. So he is doing the exact same steps that all of these other successful entrepreneurs have done, and he has now been successful because he has now written a book. So he's not only is he an entrepreneur, not only is he still working in his career, but he is also making waves, making impact, making progress. And I don't want anyone to miss that message. And there he was here early today, ready to go, ready to step in the gap. And that is what he is all about. That's what emotional intelligence, emotional strength is all about. And he's helping men and women. I want you to know, you might want to go ahead and just put some love, show some love in the back channels on all social media, because by him helping men, he is making the world a better place for all of the women, helping them become better fathers, better sons, better companions, because he's giving them the blueprint, and they now learn how to not compartmentalize their emotions, but they learn how to use them in a healthy way and express them in a healthy way that helps everyone else around them and helps them by default become a better man. So thank you so much, Will Baptiste. Over to you.
My goodness. They say you always have to be ready so you don't have to get ready. And I made sure that I was way ahead of time. And guess what? It just happened. Sometimes, I played football and I was always on the sideline because I was a secondary. I was on the sideline and waiting if somebody get hurt so I can step on the spot. And a lot of athletes, they become the best at what they do and they earn the spot because they were always ready. I don't know why today I'm so ready, because I had something up until 5 o'clock and I was supposed to show at 5 o'clock, but I ended up showing up early. And there was a spot that opened and I went on the back channel. I said, I'm ready. And here I am. And I just want to thank you so much, Ramona, for everything that you have done thus far. And I've said it publicly, you're my very first female mentor. And guess what? You are now responsible for my masterclass. You're responsible for a lot of things that I'm doing, including speaking right now. So why don't we go ahead and get straight to it? Emotionally stuck. Imagine driving in the winter season and suddenly your car hit the black ice and swerved and hit the snowbank. Now, that can happen to anyone, whether you've been driving for 20 years or you just started driving 2 months ago. It doesn't matter. Bad luck happens to both experienced and inexperienced person. You are stuck in a snowbank. Now you have three options. Option number one, you can go back and forth between reverse and drive to get yourself unstuck. If you get lucky, you might be able to get yourself out, but in my experience, it's never that easy. But you got option number two. That might be a good Samaritan driving by and stopping and getting out of their car in the snow and getting behind you to push you while going in forward motions in an attempt to get you unstuck. And now you find yourself deeper into the snowbank because it's been 20 minutes and your tires have been spinning. Option number three, you can call a tow truck driver to come to your rescue because that's his job. That's what he does daily. And he is well equipped. Now, keep in mind that he may arrive in 20 minutes or in 2 hours. And there is going to be a cost that comes with that service. Now, at this point, you are more hopeful, you're more grateful, knowing that the help is on the way and have confidence that he'll get you unstuck. Now, the price tag becomes irrelevant because you are thinking about the results you're going to get and get you back on the road and on your way to your destination. Now, what's the point to my story? Well, I'm glad you asked. My uncle Les Brown, he's not really my uncle, but I call him uncle. My uncle Les Brown says, son, there's no point without a story, and there's no story without a point. Hopefully, I did his voice service. So here's my point. Life has many seasons, and you might be in the winter season of your life, cruising, and suddenly life hits, and you find yourself stuck in a relationship. Hello. You find yourself stuck in a job, in the environment you grew up in, or worse, stuck emotionally. I say worse because you can live in a healthy relationship, which I have done. You can quit your job, which I have done many times over when I was younger. You can move out of the environment, which I have lived now in 3 different countries. But you cannot, and I repeat, you cannot disconnect yourself from your emotions and just say, emotions? It was great experience. Thank you for the life lesson. And because your emotions and your intellect are connected to your soul, then to disconnect from your emotions is to kill your soul slowly. Now, as a man, and I've been a man for 43 years, you've been oppressed, suppressed, and repressed your emotions to the point that you are emotionally constipated. And unfortunately, you have not found a safe space to release. Now, here you are in your mid-30s, late 40s. You've been trying on your own for many years to get unstuck. But just like your car in the snowbank, you keep spinning your wheels. You have friends and family members who mean well, but they can't help you. They are stuck themselves in their own lives. Finally, you decide to reach out to me because you've seen me on social media. You stumbled on my website. Someone referred you to me, or you bought my book, which is on Amazon, The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. And decided today is the day that you are tired of being stuck. You are sick and tired of being sick and tired. I have a method called the AAA effect. And no, I'm not talking about your roadside assistant coverage plan. The AAA effect, the first A is awareness. Now let's talk about awareness. You were aware that you were stuck, and that's why you reach out to me. Congratulations, because now you've made it to the top 10 of the conscious population and hit the 310 marks on the scale of consciousness. Now, side note, in case you're wondering, what is the scale of consciousness? Well, I'm glad you asked. The scale starts with shame at the bottom, which is at 20, and it goes all the way up to enlightenment, which is at 700 plus. You can go ahead and check it out. Go to Google, put scale of consciousness, and you see what I'm talking about. Your awareness will breed authenticity, which will help you show up as a better husband, a better father, a better partner, brother, a leader, or just a friend. Now, the second A is acceptance, which is one of the hardest things for me personally. You have accepted the responsibility that only you have the power to decide whether or not you are going to stay stuck. Again, congratulations. You now made it to the 350 mark on the scale of consciousness. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, let us not confuse acceptance with tolerance. You can accept your past, but you shouldn't tolerate someone disrespecting you because of your past. You can accept you were a victim of child abuse, but you do not have to live like a victim. And the last E, action. So you went from awareness, mindset, acceptance, heart set, now to action, a reset. Acting is doing for yourself what you hope someone else will do for you. Congratulations again. You've made it now to the 400 mark on the scale of consciousness. Every day you are making decisions and taking actions. Now, is your daily action fueling your dreams or fueling your fears? When we are emotionally stuck, we can be emotionally unavailable and even emotionally abusive towards our partners and towards our children. Yes, emotionally abuse is real. When we are emotionally stuck, we may feel trapped, unable to grow, or find fulfillment or contentment. Here's a question to ask yourselves, or here's a question to ask ourselves. Why is it important to be emotionally unstuck? Well, being emotionally unstuck is important because it allows us to move forward in life, make healthier decisions, and maintain positive relationships. Allow me to share with you my AAA moments. Nearly 5 years ago, after I became aware of myself and no longer wanted to suppress my emotions, my second wife walked out of our marriage because my eyes were open and I was able to see the emotional and the verbal abuse, the lies and the manipulations. Today, when I pray for her. I forgive her and forgive myself for not knowing what I didn't know. I started my healing journey after my second wife left. It was hard. I felt rejected, abandoned, and betrayed. And now all of my childhood trauma is resurfacing. Being abandoned by my mother at the age of 6 years old. Never remember meeting my father. I was abused from the age of 9 to 15 by my caregiver. And molested from 16 to 17 by a man that I looked up to and wanted to learn from. I started reliving my worst day cycle. That's not even the worst part. The worst part was that there was a little innocent, beautiful, black 3-year-old boy, my son, my flesh, and my blood caught up in this mess. That's when my mental health took a deep dive from suicidal ideation to suicide planning and an attempt to stop the pain. I had to accept the fact that I couldn't change my past, nor could I change people from being human. We are all full of fallibility, shortcomings, and flaws. Now, despite all the information and the therapy sessions, I still had to apply what I've learned so I could be a better version of myself. That work isn't some days or sometimes, it's daily. Our actions speaks louder than our words. So show me your actions, and I will tell you whether or not the work is being done consistently. I am now emotionally free. It's been over 18 years since the last time I saw inside of a jail cell. But I've never felt freer than how I feel now. And with great power comes great responsibility. Because being emotional and vulnerable is powerful. And it's a sign of strength, which means I had to learn emotional mastery so that my emotions wouldn't become my master. Now I've got a few questions for you. Who do you know suffer from emotional suppressions? Who do you know suffer emotionally on a monthly, weekly, or daily? I saw a single dad and busy husband to get unstuck from emotional suppression, aka emotional constipation. Let's book a free 30-minute call to help you begin to experience emotional liberation. My name is Will, and I'm done. Thank you. Over to you, Ramona. If you guys have any questions, will be the time that I will more than happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, whether it's about the coaching that I do or the men that I help. Because a lot of time people would ask me, why do you help men only? Well, I help women as well, but because I believe that because men have been repressed of their emotions for such a long time, I think there is a need for men to be able to have a space where they can release and be vulnerable. So today, if you feel like you are that person, if you're a wife, if you're a partner, if you're a sister, if you're a daughter, please reach out to me because it will be my pleasure to work with the men in your lives. Because I believe when our men can be emotionally free, we're all free. This is my presentation. This is what I'm calling on all of us. Because when one of us is bound, we're all bound. But when one of us is free, we're all free. Now I'd like to go ahead and pass it over to Ramona. Ramona, back to you. I think we have some connection issues here. If Ramona is not ready, I can definitely keep going. So the question that I have that I was asking earlier, who do you know suffer from emotional suppression? Who do you know suffer emotionally on a monthly, weekly, or even daily? On a scale of 1 to 10, how emotionally stable are they? What if I could help them unstuck emotionally by 1%, just 1% every week? That's 50% more stable in 1 year, 52% more present, 52% more peaceful, 52% more productive, 52% more loving, 52% more caring, and etc. etc. Do you think they are worth this investment? And do you think they owe that to themselves? So again, my goal, my purpose is to help men get unstuck from emotional suppression. So again, let's go ahead and book a free 30-minute call to help you begin to experience your emotional liberation. And my book is on Amazon, The Will to Rise. And DM me on IG the word emotions, all cap, and I will send you a free gift so you can start on your journey to your liberation. Ramona, if you're there, I am complete. Again, I want to thank you all for being here today. You could have been anywhere in the world. You could be doing a lot of different things, especially on a Friday, but you are here because you believe in investing in yourself. You believe in reaching out to others. You believe in personal growth. And that's the reason why you're here. And don't ever think that you don't have something to give to the world. Don't ever think that you don't have something to offer to the world. Because each and every single one of us in this world was born with a gift, was born with talents, and it is up to you to put your talent to use. And here we are. We're back with Ramona. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I have gotten comments already while you were speaking about your powerful story, your journey that you're sharing. And that is exactly what a lot of entrepreneurs miss, Will. They don't realize that their story has power. Their story is exactly what connects you to your ICA, your ideal customer avatar. That is how you resonate with your audience, with the people that are meant to be in your circle, in your community. And
Absolutely.
I absolutely love that you are so vulnerable. And a lot of men, speaking of emotional intelligence and emotional strength, Will, a lot of men shy away. They think that their story will make them look like the words that they were called when they were children on the playground or in the community by the other older bully kids that bullied them and things of that nature. I also have to commend you because I absolutely loved the part where you said you now forgive. And forgiveness is the biggest challenge and hurdle for most people. They don't really understand the power of it, for one. They don't understand how it will free them, for two. And forgiveness is not for the other person. Forgiveness is for you. Forgiveness is for you to accept that they did not know what they did not know either, which is exactly what you said. You forgave yourself even for not knowing what you didn't know. So that is absolutely powerful. I had to just reboot really quickly because StreamYard will definitely give you a couple of technical challenges and things of that nature. So my apologies. And everyone else I'm mentioning that for a reason because all of the other speakers will now know. This is the Fearless Entrepreneur Virtual Conference with the Royal Influencers Organization. But I also definitely just want to commend you for being an action taker, showing up early, staying ready so that you don't have to get ready. I love that opening as well. It's a keeper for me because I always preach that on every stage, every opportunity that I get, that is what entrepreneurship is all about. Staying ready so that you don't have to get ready and never, ever quit. It's that win strategy. The W in win is you have to be willing to do what others don't or won't. As a man, talking about your vulnerable story, not being afraid or letting fear stop you so that it can now resonate and help all of these other men. That is why you have been able to accomplish. That's why you're seeing momentum. That is why you're having success.
And I just want to add one more thing. Remember, we're all going to go through a test in life, but use that test as your testimony. And we're all going to go through some mess in life.
Powerful.
Use that mess as your message. We all have a story. Use your story to impact history because at the end of the day, your story is your glory. Today, you may be a disaster, but tomorrow you will be a master.
Oh my goodness, that is phenomenal. Straight out of Will to Rise, everybody.
That's right.
Go to Amazon, get the book Will to Rise if you are a man or a woman in this event. Whether you are watching on other platforms, doesn't matter. Show up for yourself as your true authentic self. Go and support other entrepreneurs as well. Follow Will on all platforms. I know he's very active on LinkedIn. Thank you again so much, Will. He's active on all platforms. He's definitely very active on Owl as well, which is another app that you can actually use and to make phone calls as well as to reach out and connect. It's a networking app. So with no further ado, one of my leaders, Preneur Queen leaders, is here. Absolutely love. What a powerful speaker she is, as well a powerful leader, as well a powerful team member. I don't think that there's anything that she does that does not. I resonate with powerful women, uplifting other women, leading other women, guiding other women, supporting other women, more importantly, supporting anyone, as a matter of fact, but definitely women. And this is definitely a powerful woman, queen in her own right. And she is here. She is going to over deliver, as she always does. Powerful speaker. I cannot wait to hear from Merlin Clark. So Merlin Clark, over to you. And thank you so much again. It's not just a pleasure, it's a privilege to have you always be a part of these phenomenal virtual conferences. So thank you again for being a part of the Fearless Entrepreneur Virtual Conference. Know, like, and trust. She is definitely the epitome of knowing her is to like her, and liking her is to trust her. So thank you again, Merlin Clark. And over to you. Thank you so much, Christina Baca.
Ramona, thank you so much for that fantastic introduction. Hello, everyone. I am super excited to be here today to speak to you about a topic that is near and dear to me. So let me ask you this question. Have you wondered why you get along with some people and not with others? It could be because of your personality style or theirs. So today I want to speak on the importance of taking the DISC personality assessment. But before I do that, I feel it necessary to give you a brief overview of what DISC is. DISC. You cannot grow professionally until you grow personally. It all starts with awareness. The law of awareness states that you must know yourself in order to grow. We must know who we are and where we are in our personal growth. In other words, we need a sense of direction. For example, if I need direction for a particular destination, I first need to enter my current location into my GPS so that it can give me direction. The same is true for your life. If you don't know who you are and have a sense of direction, how do you know the path to take in order to grow? DISC helps in self-awareness. Now, before I embark on a coaching relationship, I give each of my prospective clients a DISC assessment because I need to know more about them. Okay, it starts with awareness. DISC assessments are behavioral assessment tools based on the 1928 DISC emotional and behavioral theory of psychologist William Moulton Marston. The tools are designed to predict job performance. DISC deepens the understanding of yourself and others. It is a personal assessment tool used by more than 1 million people every year to help improve teamwork, communication, and productivity in the workplace. Now, it is not limited to the workplace because I use it with my coaching clients. I use it with couples because many problems arise because people don't understand each other. It is very good in building relationships. The Maxwell method of DISC model provides a common language people can use to understand themselves better and those they interact with, and then use this knowledge to reduce conflict and improve working relationships. So why DISC? DISC assessments are used in thousands of organizations around the world, from government agencies and Fortune 500 companies to nonprofits and small businesses. The reason is simple. DISC profiles help build stronger, more effective working relationships. It raises self-awareness, improves teamwork, makes conflict more productive, and develops stronger sales skills. Oh, yes, it is very important. Now, what shapes your personality? That's important to know what shapes our personality. 3 things: heredity, the environment, as well as your role models. When it comes to heredity, from birth, there are distinct patterns of behavior. Our environment will impact our style. In fact, life experience, especially emotionally charged ones, in our developmental years can have a big impact on our personality style. For example, if a child at a very young age experiences trauma, that can set the trajectory for their personality style. When it comes to our role models, there are role models in our lives who teach us how to behave. They teach us what is valuable or who may even reward us for certain behaviors to reinforce those behaviors within us. Now, each of these three factors contributes to the makeup of who we are. Using the framework of DISC, we can begin to identify some of these patterns so that we can then know how to behave, what to expect. If we know what to expect, we can use the right strategy to bring our best to our work and our relationships. DISC is an acronym that stands for the 4 main personality profiles described in the DISC model. The D is for the dominant style, I for influential, S for steadiness or stable, and C is for conscientiousness. So let's talk about each style. People with D personalities tend to be confident, and they place an emphasis on accomplishing bottom line results. They're very direct. People with I personalities tend to be more open, and they place an emphasis on relationships and influencing or persuading others. That is why it is very good in sales career. Now, people with S personalities tend to be dependable and place the emphasis on cooperation and sincerity. People with C personalities, they tend to place the emphasis on quality, accuracy, expertise, and competency. D's, the dominant style people, they make up about 3% of the population. And they are dominant in their personality. They're very direct, they're decisive, and they are in control. They make decisions quickly. So if you are a D, don't worry. I'll get to your strengths in a few minutes. Okay? So I just want to let you know, though, that these are tendencies and they're not static. D's focus on results so much that they are always working toward something, and they are very proficient at multitasking. They are driven by authority. And every person with a D personality style I meet, they will tell you, I'm very direct in my communication and I am correct. They're very direct and they will let you know. They like to take control. They like to take control. They're very dominant. And some people will take this behavior as arrogance. But I say it's confidence. They embrace any change that will help them to get results. All right? They are very comfortable responding to direct confrontation. They will even confront. Not only do they not shy away from confrontation, they will confront. Very confrontational. And they're very good for certain roles. They look to work with people who are loyal. And their greatest fear is being taken advantage of. So here are their strengths. They are bold, confident, decisive, productive, strong-willed, independent, positive, persistent. They excel in emergencies. They motivate others to action. They are goal-oriented. They value business-related socializing. They're comfortable leading, and they thrive on resistance. Remember, they're confrontational, right? Now, here are their obstacles, though. They have some. The intensity of their personality can seem insensitive, domineering, impatient. They are unable, they may seem unable to relax, I should put it. They are unforgiving, they're opinionated, and they can appear to be cold. Because they're not afraid of conflict, they can become argumentative, inconsiderate, not complimentary to others, possessive, and they do not like to apologize. So if you're working with someone, you're reporting to someone on the job, don't expect to be complimented. So that is something that when I'm working with deep wired managers, I work with them and I coach them on that. Because when you're working with people, you want to compliment your employees if they're doing an excellent job. And that's not one of their strengths. So that's something I would coach them through. Now, the I personality, they're influential, and they make up about 11% of the population. They persuade others by speaking. They're spontaneous, friendly, and often in the spotlight. It is estimated that they make up 11%. Now, here are their strengths. They are persuasive, generous, charismatic, enthusiastic, friendly, talkative, comfortable being in the spotlight, social, creative, inspirational to others, charming, likable, fun, and optimistic. That is why they're very good in sales position. Because if you're selling something, if you're selling any kind of product, you want to be sociable. You want to be comfortable speaking with others. You don't want someone that shies back and not be willing to move forward and speak up. But they do have some obstacles. They may appear to be undisciplined, undependable, disorganized, naive, phony, distracted, impulsive, forgetful. They're not good listeners. They don't often follow through, and they may appear to waste time, talk too much, overcommitted, or seeking the spotlight. And let me explain something more about that. That is why it's important to give a DISC assessment when you're hiring people. You want to make sure you're getting the right personality on your teams. Because if you have a team of all influential people, all eye-wired people, how much would you get done? Remember, they're talkative. They're easily distracted. So if I were to meet with them, I would schedule 10-minute meetings with them instead of a 40-minute meeting. And I would follow up with an email, something in writing, because they are not good listeners. And because I know that, then I work with them accordingly. See, now some people will say, well, I will just get rid of them. No, you coach them, you work with them, because we all have our strengths and our weaknesses. Now, when it comes to the S-wired people, they're steady, stable, and they make up 69% of the population. They are team-oriented. They are great at following through. They are loyal and work best in a cohesive atmosphere. It is estimated that they make up 69%, as I said. Here are their strengths. They are hard workers, team players, steady, stable, secure, sentimental, reserved, faithful, great listeners, loyal, peaceful, and they're supportive. So in cases where the D's and the I's will start and lead a project, the S-wired team member will do the details to make it happen. So we need different personalities on the teams, right? Here are their weaknesses. They may appear to be too laid back, sarcastic, resistant to change, slow-paced, or slow to start. They may have difficulty saying no, and they often need reassurance. Now, think about this. If you are going to put them in a leadership position, if they have difficulty speaking up when they should, that's something you would need to coach them through. Remember, they're loyal. They're good workers. They're team players. So they come with great values. So you would need to coach them through that and coach them when it comes to change. All right? They will not always be direct and they will shut down in confrontation. So they're the exact opposite of the D-wired people. They may appear to be possessive, skeptical, indecisive, and may not speak up. So they're the opposite.
Wow.
Let's look at the C-wires individuals. Hi, Ramona. So the C-wired individual are conscientious. Okay, the C-wires individual, they're conscientious and they make up about 17% of the population. And here, let's look at their strengths. They're analytical, genius-prone, self-sacrificing, idealistic, organized, and logical. And they do high-quality work. But they can be judgmental. So before I wrap this up, let me give you the benefits of DISC. They raise self-awareness, improve teamwork, they make conflict more productive, develop stronger sales skills, because the I-wired individuals, they're persuasive, they manage conflict more effectively. So you want to make sure that when you are building a team, you build a team with a variety, a diverse team, some dominant, some are steady and stable, some are influential, some are conscientious. If you were to build a team of all dominant wired people, you would have conflicts every day because everybody wants to be in charge. So you want to build a cohesive team that way. And if you're in a relationship, having a DISC assessment will help you to know and understand each other better. It's not that the person doesn't like you, it's because they're wired differently. And no personality style is bad. And it's not static because with life events, they can change. Someone who is D-wired, dominant, and direct can experience a life-changing situation such as death in the family, and that could let them withdraw and they change. So it's not set in stone. It's not static. Life events can make you change. Now, if you want to learn more about my DISC programs, you can connect with me on merlinclark.com. That's my biz in the box, https merlinclark.com. And I can connect with you and show you how you can take a DISC assessment and how you can benefit from that. Ramona.
Oh my goodness, Merlin Clark, thank you so much for always over-delivering, just as I knew you would, and thank you for always saying yes. One of my leaders, my Preneur Queens, thank you. A pleasure and a privilege to have you always participate and show up for all of those other phenomenal people out there who need the information that you have. It not only applies to business and you building a powerful team, but it also applies to making sure that you maintain and build stronger relationships in your family as well. So that was a major takeaway. And sometimes, most times, all of us, we fluctuate between two. We have a dominant style, and then we have one that's less dominant, but we can fluctuate depending on the circumstances and what's going on in our lives, like you just shared. So thank you for another powerful assessment, actually, or performance speaking segment on the DISC assessment. So thank you. And now we are going to take you down, and I am going to introduce our very next speaker, who is here and waiting. And I know Shara Ruffin is back in the waiting room as well, and we are going to definitely hear from her also. So with that said, we have been going since early today. At 1 o'clock is when we kicked off. And we have had some long days planning and preparing because we definitely wanted to be ready and stay ready so that we did not have to get ready. So with that said, I am definitely excited for this next speaker, who is Tenji Collin. Thank you so much for always saying yes as well and being here. Tenji Collin, I cannot wait for you to actually share. This is a prior TMZ Washington Bureau Chief Analyst, journalist, and he is now He is now a content creator, social media marketer, and is doing phenomenal. So with that said, I am definitely going to get out of your way, Tenji, and let you have it. And over to you.
Just want to say thank you, Ramona. And, you know, I love seeing everybody grow, and watching what you're doing and the things you're putting together is just phenomenal, especially at a time. And as I go into speaking about just the creative industry, you know, this is just something like anybody can do at this moment. And what you're doing, Ramona, and your team is, you know, just where everything is headed. And what do I mean by where everything is headed? Right now, the creator economy is a $250 billion economy. And Goldman Sachs said the other day that by 2027, they expect it to be a $480 billion industry. So when we look at this type of economy, you know, where it's before there were a lot of gatekeepers in just, you know, when it came to tech, when it came to different things of just the average person, you know, getting involved and starting to get a piece of the pie. But while we look at, like right now, content and understanding how to create content, I look at it as the top of the funnel these days. Before, we would think as, you know, an email list and, you know, just having something where people can reach you. But being able to create content and how this transitions and gives you name recognition, it makes you be an authority in your industry, and it allows you to really start monetizing. And most people don't look at it in that sense of like, you know, how can I make money from just, you know, posting and doing these things online? And it takes too much time, and it's not really, you know, how someone can have a career in this field. Well, I'll let you know, there's, you know, so many different, not just opportunities, but it allows you, when you start to make content, you know, any industry that you're in, and especially if you're someone who's been in there for a long time and really understand the ins and outs of it, you can not just, you know, own your own, you know, business in a way of working it from online and using your knowledge to make money online, but you're also being able to build a community. And this is where the biggest impact where people are being able to make right now is, you know, building out their community in a sense where now when all of the platforms, when you create followers and an audience, right, what's happening in the future, when a new app pops up, you're going to be able to take your audience with you. Whereas before, if I started on Facebook, then all of a sudden I had 2,000 followers a day or 10,000, whatever the number was, and I go into the next app, I would have to start from zero. That's not going to be happening in a minute. You're going to be able to take that same audience to a new profile, a new page, whatever is set up, and you're creating that thing. Because what this does now, if most brands, because this is why this economy is getting so big, is because the 500 companies, the big ones right now, they understand where the eyeballs is at. And where the eyeballs is at is where they want to be. Before, it used to be on television and, you know, radio and just advertising, whether it was billboards and, you know, the different ways of getting the attention. But now it's becoming more as just social media. And it's just not, you know, the Gen Z and the younger kids that were, you know, shopping online and, you know, watching videos or just being impressed with people, and they were creating their own celebrities online. It's becoming, you know, worldwide now, where each generation, whether it's a 60-year-old person, 50, 40, you know, the age doesn't matter right now. And how most businesses look at it is they want to get into your audience. They want to be able to, if I'm a business person and I'm selling any product, I want to go where my specific audience is. And if you're a creator, it's no longer the times where you have to be this, you know, huge creator to make, you know, X amount of, have X amount of followers to really be able to cash in. And this is, and I wrote down, I'm going to read this off. I wrote down something, but I recently was at an event the other day, and was according to the Influencer Marketing Hub, right? A nano influencer, which is someone who has 10,000 followers or less, is getting an average of $100 a post. That's what they're making, right? This is what brands are giving them. and they just know, they might not think they have a big audience, but they actually do, even though it can be 500, 1,000, whatever your audience is, right? A micro influencer that has between 10K to 50K followers. They're making $500 a post. A mid-tier influencer, and that's someone who has 50,000 to 100,000 followers. They're making $5,000 a post. A macro influencer is someone who has 100K to 350,000 followers, and they're getting $10,000 a post. A mega influencer is someone who has 350,000 followers to 750,000 followers, and they're getting well over $10,000 a post. And then the last one, where a Titan influencer right now, and that's someone who has 1 million followers. And this could be, we're talking about like a celebrity, a high profile person, entrepreneurs, we like whether it's Rihanna, it's some of the big names. They're getting up to $1 million a post, if not more. And Kylie Jenner right now is getting $1.6 million a post. And I think that was the last time I looked. So you're talking about, well, these are all big numbers. I just told you, even the small nano influencers, $100 a post. And this is, if you're someone in that, category, and you got to understand, you can figure out where it doesn't matter the big audiences you have, because I'll tell you, most companies right now are looking for the small influencers. And because they realize, like, you probably saying, why would someone pay, all this money just for a simple post? It's because you have a specific audience that every brand wants to get in front of. And they understand that if I give someone $500, I'm probably going to make, 3 times that amount when it comes to someone who's, has a specific audience that's, because you're an influencer in your own right, and you probably don't even realize it. It's something that you talk about, whether it's lipstick, whether it's, a certain piece of computer software, or whether it's just, tech stuff, and everybody has that in them. And it's just, how do I get people to really, look at the things I have? And it's all about word and everything. I'm a big component, a person who always says words earn money. And when you can understand how to use captions, how to draw attention to a product or a service, this is what helps create the eyeballs. Many people know how to create content. It's just about being specific in your industry and targeting the right audience that you already have into, buying a specific product or service, something that you already use. And I'm not saying, go out there and try to promote something that, you don't think is valuable enough, or you don't think it's going to bring value to your audience. But it's just a way of, them like allowing you to monetize something, but at the same time, your the work that you put in to get where you're at in this business, they want to be able to pay you accordingly. And this is why now, when it comes where we're in a holiday season, right? And I tell you, you will be surprised the amount of money a lot of these brands are just offering up, because they can't get enough. If you look at TikTok right now, when they started TikTok Shop, it's, they were allowing like small creators or, people that were just posting, you can, post stuff onto their shop, and they were boosting up your audience as well as paying you. So it was almost, everybody wins, where the TikTok, the app itself won because they were generating sales and they were taking a cut from it. The small business owner, they were making money because they were passing it on to the influencers and they were selling their product. And then the influencers who might have had 800 followers or something like that, not even they were getting a percentage off everything they sold. So, at this time where we're at, you're starting to see all of these platforms are, they understand where the eyeballs are. People are purchasing online, and everything is, it's as less friction as possible. All you're doing is clicking a button now, and they're allowing it because everybody's, information is stored onto their phone. And whether it's through Apple Pay, Google Pay or whatever it is, and now it's going on to like the social media platforms. In TikTok, you have an account now. In Instagram, your credit card is attached to it. So all these things, and they realize that when you go onto the social media platforms and you're browsing and you're scrolling, it's even better than Amazon, because most people, when you go to Amazon, you're going for a specific product. You're just not going there and scrolling, but on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, they're going to start doing the same thing. And actually right now, YouTube Shorts is doing this. They're going to start showing you things like products that you didn't even realize. So you could be looking for specific content and just, going through somebody's page, and all of a sudden an ad pops up. And this is something where they already know everybody's pattern, right? They know what you like, what you've prior looked on, and this is the way of shopping now. So I say, when it comes to really understanding, where everything is headed and how do you make, a different stream of income, everybody should be looking right now on social media and being able to be in that position to really take it to the next level and utilize the industry as it's allowing you, because it's never going to be this easy when we start looking at in 6 months to another year. So I would tell everybody, and I'm going to end with this, if this is something that you need another income stream revenue, right now is using your social media content as the top of the funnel. And like I have it here, I have my club, which I have something every Wednesday, and I go live and I work with a lot of people, and we just go over different strategies, and it's something to help people grow. So I just encourage everybody to really use your content in a specific way, and you'll start seeing a different audience in these opportunities come.
Wow, wow, wow. That was strong, Tenji Colin. I love all of the value that you just gave. First and foremost, though, the creator economy. Did you guys miss this? I hope you didn't. And for the people who just walked in, wherever you're watching, if you did not hear when Tenji Colin first started speaking, he said the creator economy is projected to reach 250 B with a billion. Billion with a B.
No, it's projected to be 480 billion by 2027. And this is from Goldman and Sachs.
So what was the 250? Is that where we are now?
Now, yes.
Wow. Wow. I remember the 250 billion. So we are at the 250 billion, and it's projected to scale up to the 480 billion with a B. Wow. That was powerful. I also absolutely love that you broke down the nano and the micro and the payment, what they're actually getting per post, and the difference between the two. I also love that you kept drilling in that people don't even realize that they're an influencer. They're posting, they're doing all of the work of an influencer. They've never really wrapped their head around that title, because back in the day, the influencers were only the celebrities that we were always looking up to that was making all of the money, right? But brands have gotten smarter, and they have transitioned and pivoted, and they are now leveraging all of the smaller influencers with, like you said, 800 to 1,000 followers. And yes, they can actually monetize as well. So that was a powerful segment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. However, what is the name of the club again, where you meet every Wednesday and you are just doing strategies or discussing strategies, sharing ideas and things of that nature?
Yes, it's 10gclub.com. And like I said, it's every week, and it's a lot of, this is how you can really grow as an entrepreneur, as being able to monetize and all the newest updates. How do you really grow your following, and just jumping in there and like-minded community.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Absolutely love your content. Love what you're doing. Loved watching you grow and get it, learn it, and scale it. So I absolutely love that. So thank you, thank you, thank you for always saying yes. Thank you for being a part of the Royal Influencers Organization. And yes, this is our third one that we have kicked off. We have 2 more coming, by the way. Another one at the beginning, December 7th December 7th and 8th, and another one at the end, December 29th and 30th. Because this one is kicking off our Thanksgiving weekend, Black Friday, Super Saturday, Small Business Saturday, and then Cyber Monday. So definitely follow Tenji Colin on all social media platforms. You will definitely find him. He is always omnipresent. So I definitely want to thank you again, Tenji, for being here. So again, thank you. Thank you so much, Christina Baca, for keeping us on schedule and doing a phenomenal job bringing people up and down and things of that nature as well. The top administrative assistant, only 18 years old, already a serial entrepreneur because she's putting herself in the proximity to power. She's putting herself in the right rooms and with the right people, connecting with them, collaborating with them. And I am definitely just overjoyed, grateful to mentor you and things of that nature as well. So I am loving watching you grow and definitely watching you support these virtual conferences. You will be able to run these on your own in 10 years. And now already stepping into real estate, started real estate school and wrote 2 books already and started her own business. OMG, 2023 was a game-changing year for you, as it was for every single one of the speakers and the entrepreneurs that you guys have seen. And with that said, Shara Ruffin is here. And if she is ready to come up, oh my goodness, I am just excited to have you here, Shara. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I know how busy you are, and I just could not resist asking, because I know that you couldn't, for unforeseen circumstances, you could not participate in the last event, but you made it this time. And thank you. Again, it's not a pleasure alone, but a privilege to have you be a part of the Royal Influencers organization. Fearless entrepreneur is the theme, and you have definitely encompassed every letter of every word from where you were to where you have been able to grow. Oh my goodness. In 2023 has been quite a challenging year for you as well, which I love that part of it, because all of us, every single one of us, entrepreneur or not, will definitely always have challenges. But the way that you have grown through them and still thrived in your business and in your family is definitely commendable. So thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day and being here. And I'm going to get out of your way and give you the floor for your 20-minute speech. And then we will move right along to the next speaker. So thank you, and thank you again.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shara Ruffin. I am a clinical social worker by training, and I want to share a story with you. A lot of what Ramona was alluding to that has occurred for me. So I am also working for LinkedIn. I'm a LinkedIn advisor, top voice in social work. Out of 1 billion people on the platform, I was named that accolade in reference to the contributions I've made to social work on LinkedIn. So I want to push you back a couple of years ago just to share that story with you, because that's where my journey begins. So I'll start with this. I want to say 3 years ago is when I started my company journey to licensure. In the 3 years that I have been in that company, molding it, it was because of a story that was birthed. I went from being on food stamps, medical assistance, to garnishing over $500,000 at the end of this quarter in my 3rd year of business. So I want to tell you that story. And the story goes back further. I graduated from Howard University back in 2010, and I had a lot of struggle with passing licensing exams. The first exam that I took was about a year out of grad school. I'm still living in the DMV area. I missed it by about 3 points. This is 2011. And then life kind of kicked in. I started working for a for-profit, and I started doing medical case manager, really trying to get my feet wet in the field. Shortly after, I found out I needed to get this license. In social work, the licensing process, it can be very tedious, and you need to make sure that you have appropriate mentorship and skills to actually pass the exam. At that time, I did not. I ended up taking it again, and I did pass it, but it took me 8 hours a day for 3 months, and letting go of a job that was pretty exhausting for me to pass it. What I didn't know until many years later is that the reason why it was taking me 8 hours of study per day and that I needed to have hyper-focused attention was because of ADHD, which I was diagnosed with many years later. So during that time, after I passed my master level exam, life just starts kicking in. I became a military wife. I had 2 children. One child was a stillborn daughter. I lost her 7 months in utero when my ex-husband now had deployed to Kabul, Afghanistan. It was his 26 years in the Army. He had never been to Kabul, Afghanistan. When we lost our daughter, he was there. It was a hard time for the both of us. When he came back home, we had another baby. His name was Jaden. Jaden is now 9 years old, going on 10 in about 5 months. But during that time, I was told by the doctor that he probably wouldn't make it past his 1 year mark. Jaden was born with a very deadly kidney abnormality that I was told that he could have passed, and he was given a life altering surgery for the kidney. But during that time, I really struggled because my marriage was falling apart. At that time, my ex husband was in Tennessee and I was in Philadelphia at that time. And it was very hard because I'm raising a child, almost like a single mother, still military wife, which many military moms and wives understand that sometimes you're holding the responsibility while your loved one in uniform is working. And I remember being so far into my depression after I had Jaden, having to go back to work 4 weeks postpartum C-section, and really falling to a deep depression because I was working as a psychotherapist, which was a high risk job in terms of just the strain of case management, in terms of the stress, in terms of being 3 hours away from home, commuting back and forth to work, and then taking care of a sick child. And I didn't have a car, nor did I have the money. I ended up getting a divorce during that time, which was very hard and life altering. And then being thrown into single motherhood with a sick child. My son Jaden was sick up till he was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in and out the hospital, sometimes losing sleep because he became so ill. And at times just really just struggling with being a single mom and really working, trying to rebuild my career because it was on pause when I became a military wife. And having to rebuild it. So for about 4 to 5 years of my son's life, I worked in the hospital setting as a psychotherapist. I could be Shara, the psychotherapist, until 3, 4 o'clock rolled around. And then I was Shara, the mother, divorced single mother with a child to take care of that was often medically compromised. And I felt like my life was still in pieces. So I worked for about a good 5 or 6 years to get my hours done. What that means in social work is that you have to get an advanced license. In order to get that advanced clinical license, you have to do 3,000 hours. Well, those 3,000 hours took about 5 years to get because at my job, we had high turnover. Every time we would have a boss, they would end up leaving the company. And it took me about a good 5 years to get it done, but I did. I got approved to sit for my board. And I'm like, yes, I can take my exam. This exam will give me freedom. Now, this exam, this license takes 2 years. I'm fast forwarding about 8 or 9 years into this. It took me almost a decade to even get there, to even get approved to have the experience to sit. And I'm like, yes, I'm ready to do this thing. And guess what? I missed it by 2 points. I am completely devastated because looking back at some of the life altering circumstances that happened along the way was detrimental for me. Shortly after I missed the exam by 2 points in November of 2019, I ended up losing my part time job a week before the pandemic hit in Philadelphia. And I am depressed, stuck for about 8 months. 8 months at home with 3 kids, homeschooling. And then from there, I had to figure out, well, Shar, what are you going to do to get yourself out of this? And I decided to go see a psychiatrist to get on medicine for my generalized anxiety disorder, which was a fight in my mind because I had never been on meds, hence being a mental health provider. But the stigma of having to get on medication to cope with a lot of the life circumstances I was going through, on top of not really having any money, really being on the brink of being evicted, not just really feeling stuck in mine and in my bank account. So after going to the psychiatrist, getting a therapist for about 3 months, I got hopped back on a horse to study, and I ultimately passed that exam. I announced it on LinkedIn when I passed. Now this is November 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. And that post blew up to about 100,000 in views. Now, most people would ask me, well, what's the whole point of this? That story turned into my 6-figure business and my brand, basically, because what ended up happening was from that post, I had a mentor from LinkedIn say, hey, you need to go ahead and get on Clubhouse. And I started mentoring, teaching social workers and forming a study group that ultimately became social proof for my business. I ended up garnishing about $100,000 within 6 months of that business, not even being a whole year into it. In my second year, I ended up going to 200,000. Well, how did I get there in revenue? I didn't start with how much money I can make. I started out with a story of thinking about how can I help people, because for the first 5 or 6 months of my business, I wasn't making any money because I wasn't trying to. And there was a turning event I never forget in July of 2021. This is my first year. I had a coach. His name was Eric Reed, who became my publisher later on. He said, Shara, you are giving something away for free that's working. At the time, I said, yeah, I just want to help people. He said, no, I know you want to help people, but you're still broke. You're still, waddling and figuring out what you're going to do, but you have this license that took you many years to get, and now you're doing a process that works. You need to do something with it. And I said, well, my people can't afford the money you're telling me. He said, no, this has more to do with you not valuing yourself, and has more to do with how you feel about yourself and what you can give people. That conversation turned into $10,000 in 1 month. I had never ever seen that amount of money in my life at that time. But it was the mindset switch of me believing in the social proof of what I was doing, building community across different platforms, especially with Clubhouse at the time, because it's a very hot community that I was building. The more people found out about what I did in terms of helping social workers pass their board exams, the more revenue, of course, happened. But it really just started from a story of wanting to help others. On LinkedIn, especially, building that brand out was something that started way before that viral post, because the year before that, in 2018, I had started to notice that I was really still at the hospital, burnt out therapist, and I wanted to change. So I started posting on LinkedIn a lot more, doing articles. At the time, articles were a big thing where you could share pieces of intellectual property or thoughts or information using LinkedIn articles. Well, I shared a story of my military marriage and what that community goes through in mental health. And I learned that people were connecting to that story. So I started sharing more stories in mental health in 2018. 2019, I met another influencer who had over 1 million followers. She told me this valuable lesson. If people don't trust you, if they don't see you, if you're not consistent, they will not buy from you. And I'll never forget that lesson, because it really did hold true in terms of the projectivity, not only of revenue, but of the brand building that happened with LinkedIn. For a whole year after I failed my exam the first time back in 2019, I started doing videos every single day, whether my hair was done or not, whether I was cooking, cleaning. I would share in real time my thoughts about what I was going through, the failures that I was going through, the fears, being professionally feeling stagnant, stuck because I couldn't pass this board, and people could relate to that. And when I say I'm on video, I was on video every single day. I basically had lived on LinkedIn. So when that post that I told you guys that came out, that pivoted my journey, people saw that I was struggling, and they knew the story of when I failed, because at the time I had 30,000 followers on LinkedIn, and I said, hey, I'm going to pass this thing. And then I don't. That, to tell a small stadium of people, to me, was pretty embarrassing. But in that, sharing with them how I was struggling and trying to figure it out with having 3 kids at home, homeschooling, trying to study again, losing my part-time job a week for the pandemic, going through depression, sharing all those pieces were a pivotal part of the brand building for me, because once that story hit of, yay, I passed, people love the hero's journey. They like seeing it in the fact that they saw it in real time for a whole year. And when I did pass this licensing, a lot of people saw that as, I was seeing you in real time. Thank you for sharing your story, and were cheering for me. With that, I was able to double down on what I was doing across platforms, not just LinkedIn. And I started getting recognized on LinkedIn for the engagement, for the quality posts, and also positioning myself within my field. So this year was pretty interesting in the fact that, because of my work and of all the work I've been doing with social workers, with the licensing exam, coaching, with sharing my story, I got the attention of Business Insider, Success Magazine, USA Today, as well as being named the top 15 LinkedIn expert in Philadelphia for 2023. And then also having a 5-time Amazon bestselling book within 24 hours was because I had a community that was built, a brand of being visibly seen, even when I didn't know I was building it. So what I tell people when it comes to, building a business, building a brand, is being consistent and knowing your why. For me, that why has changed over time in the last 3 years, but it's been and it consistent when it comes to knowing who my client is, knowing what I give of value, and knowing how I can give and connect to them. Those are some of the things that to me made me very different, because I was actively engaged on various platforms and cultivating community and building trust. It took a while. 20 years of being in the field of social work, what has happened to me in the last 3 years, I tell people took me 20 years to do, of learning how to stand in my truth, of learning how to extract those life lessons, and standing in my power of vulnerability. So for me, it's been quite a ride, and one that I'm still on. This year has been definitely a pivotal year for me in terms of seeing not only revenue, but in seeing what I'm capable of. Another lesson I would give in terms of just some of the success that I've had is that I've also had my struggles. A lot of people would look at me and say, "Hey, you're successful." But I recently told people on LinkedIn that I had a lot of struggles within the past couple of months. Ramona was aware of one of those struggles of losing a family member, of losing my brother who was deceased. During the midst of my highs of my success, he was killed 6 blocks away from my house. He was 18 years old. It'll be 2 years that he's been gone. Of having my stepfather go through cancer twice, in the brain and the lungs. Thank God he's clear now. Holding down a family, just life happening, and then me ending up in the hospital at one point because of high stress, of not taking care of myself, of taking care of everyone else but me. That I tell people success can sometimes come with a price tag. It's what people do not see. The iceberg effect of how many hours it has taken me, the connections, the mentors, the investing in myself, not just money, but really investing in myself, to push myself to get to a certain place to help others, and learning on that journey that I am no good to others if I can't take care of myself first. And it's a lesson that has been continuous even throughout my social work career, that I still carry today. So, what I would say to anyone that is looking to start a brand, to start a business, is it starts with you. Who do you want to serve? Who do you want to reach? Live where they live in terms of the social media communities. Be willing to be different. Be willing to be uncomfortable. I remember I remember the first time someone told me, "You need to go ahead and do video." This was a LinkedIn influencer. Her name's Shanae. She had 1 million followers. She said, "Yo, you need to do video for 90 days." I said, "What? I don't have time for that." I was in the midst of my depression, had just failed my exam. I was like, "I don't have time for any of this." That was my mindset. That was the mindset that I had at the time, but it was really fear. Fear of, if I showed up the way I showed up, how are people going to look at me? What are they going to see? I would not be in front of you today if I did not just acknowledge the fear, but put it to the side. Because you can have the fear, but you have to be willing to take the chances, to take the risk. So that is how I will end.
Oh my goodness, Shara. Every time you speak, I feel your heart, for one. Two, such a powerful story of overcoming, triumph, resilience, and consistency, more importantly. Not only that, you are also very open-minded. Now, I don't know about before, but when you talk about all of your coaches and mentors, and every time that I have asked you to show up, you find a way. You say, I'm very busy, but I will definitely try. And that is exactly why you have seen success. And I love the part of your story and journey where that one mentor that changed the game, that said, no, no, no. Yes, I showed up saying I want to help people, but I didn't really want to. And that's why you weren't making money. It wasn't until you made that decision to make money that money started showing up, because you were doing the work. You were doing the post, but your mindset was not attracting the clients that were ready to buy. You were actually, and this is just a quick recap and my synopsis of everything that you were just sharing. You were actually, because you weren't really trying, you didn't really want it. You said you did, but you didn't really want it. You were repelling the people who were looking for you, who needed your help. But when you said, you know what, enough is enough, you made a decision to show up and yes, serve. And serving is simply selling. I learned that from one of my mentors and my coach as a platinum member of my own with John Lee. He said, selling is serving. It's no different. You're serving a community of people who need something that you have. And you've already done it. You've already went through the challenges for them. So now you can help them curve that distance between where they are and getting through that test with the least amount of effort. So I absolutely love everything. My heart goes out to you. My condolences again. Thank you again for showing up and supporting, as well as sharing your story. Because I know for a fact that there's people, men and women, doesn't really matter where they are in their business. Everybody can take away from that story. You went through your dad with cancer. You went through your losing your brother to gun violence. You went through losing a family member just recently, very young family member just recently, when you were just preparing to show up at the last event, and losing a marriage. I can definitely relate with that as well. 7 years divorce here also. And I can definitely tell you that you are exactly this is where you were supposed to be. And this is just the beginning. Imagine that. Imagine that it can get busier. Okay.
I'm learning. Yes.
And it's going to get busier. But as long as we all keep that mindset, the mindset is everything. It is absolutely everything. And I even said earlier, I don't think you were here at the time. It was right when we kicked off. I said earlier, it's that thing. That's why I even titled or made the theme, created this theme of fearless entrepreneur, because there isn't an entrepreneur that did not have to overcome something or work through that fear, whether it was fear of posting because they weren't comfortable on social media, whether it was the prospecting. If you're an MLM or MLM business, you worked with them before, and you have to now prospect or approach and build that relationship. And it's with the perfect stranger. I've never done that before. And they are terrified to show up. Absolutely.
Thank you. I really do. Thank you for just allowing me to share that story. Every time I do, it's just like, oh, I went through all of that, and here I am still going.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Quite resilient. We are quite resilient of people. And a lot of people don't really ever stay in it long enough to get there. They quit way too soon. So if you can just look back and connect the dots right now and look at all of the times that you wanted to quit, and there will be many more, of course, but where would you be? And not only that, why quit when you'll be right back where you started? Because even if you're not doing what you're doing, you're going to do something, and you're going to try to look for something else. And guess what? You're going to be right back at zero anyway. So
yeah, I never thought about it that way. Sounds like I need to get ready to hire you as a coach, huh?
Well, guess what? Many of my clients are speaking. 3 of them tomorrow as well. 1 or 2 of them already today. So absolutely, yes, absolutely. Feel free. And by the way, anybody that is here watching on different platforms and things of that nature, I already heard that Sean Dodd spoke earlier. He was streaming on his Instagram while he was actually speaking here, multi-purposing. I absolutely love it. And there's people on YouTube watching and things of that nature. These are going to play. They are going to continue to actually play for years. I'm not going to stop it, because the powerful stories that all of you have brought to this Royal Influencers organization is going to impact and continue to change lives. So I definitely am grateful for you. I definitely love you. And I definitely have kept you in my prayers for everything that you are growing through. Because that's what I talked about this a little bit earlier, challenges. The other speaker is not here, so I'm going to take a few minutes and keep you on the screen as long as we can have you. I know how busy you are. Just a few more minutes, so.
Yeah.
But the word challenge is my favorite word. And when you look at the word challenge, some people, everybody at some point looked at challenges as this negative. They have this negative idea, negative connotation of what challenges are. But essentially, when you look at the word challenge, right there built into the word challenge is exactly what challenges are meant for. So if you take the first three letters of the word challenge, CHA, and the last three letters of the word challenge, NGE, right there built into the word challenge is change. That is exactly what your challenges are doing. They're getting you to change something that needs to be changed in order for you to see things a little bit differently. Because when we change the way that we look at things, the way that we look at things start to change. So when we look at our trauma, our pain, our problems differently, then we are now able to grow through them and keep achieving the success that we deserve, because we all deserve success. We deserve to be able to live the life of a nomad, the laptop life. You're sitting at home. I'm sitting at home, but yet we're here and sharing all of this value to all of these people who need it. And there's no better time than now. I think it was Tenji Collin that mentioned it is so easy to monetize on social media nowadays. But it wasn't this easy years ago when the internet first came out, and people were, guess what? People were afraid of that. Oh no, they can find out all kinds of information about you. Well, that was always the case. That didn't just start when the internet came. So people had fear then. But those same people, many of them anyway, now have made millions right here on the internet. And now brick and mortar businesses are going away and dying and leaving because they did not transition and did not create that business with an online presence. So that for convenience, because we definitely always want to remove the buyer friction. If we make buyers jump through hoops to get our product, they are not going to buy. Confused minds don't buy, and they don't buy if you're going to make them work for it. So you said that as well in another way in your speech, and I definitely just wanted to point that out and highlight that for you as well. But thank you. That was a very powerful, always is a powerful story. And yes, I would love to be your coach. So just reach out.
Oh, I will. My little one's popping up in view, hiding.
Oh my goodness, look at you. I heard his name and I just started smiling when you were speaking earlier. Hello,
yes,
sir.
he's
Oh my
popping
gosh,
in.
he's adorable. He is going to be
Thank
another
you.
little entrepreneur.
He's working on it now.
Oh my goodness, what is he doing? Tell everybody what he's doing.
YouTube. He's wanting to get into YouTube. So I said,
I
sure.
love it. Oh my gosh. And my 4-year-old grandson, my daughter has allowed him to start.
Stop it, Ramona. You a grandma. Stop it. What? You don't look like nobody grandma.
I'm 2 and 1 on the way. So it will be 3. My 27-year-old sergeant son in the military has 2 now. One here, 1-year-old. And then he has another daughter coming. And then I have a 5 now. Oh my God, time's flying. I have a 5-year-old grandson.
Oh, that's busy.
Yes, who has been here with me while I was on Clubhouse and all of those rooms. And actually he can actually quote some URLs. He has learned how to use the phone. He takes a little video of all of his favorite things and he posts them. He has had 10,000 views on little silly things that he posts. He loves fans, he loves alarms, and he just posts things about them. He's not even in the video most of the time, and people are following him. And I'm like, wow.
Yes, everyone asked for Jaden on LinkedIn because when I was going through that process of doing videos, he would always be there.
Let him do it. Support him, and let him start doing his little videos on YouTube because he can. The kids are killing it. Oh my God, the kids are doing really, really well on YouTube. So definitely let him get started and learn more about it.
I will. Yes,
that is
yes,
awesome.
yes.
I love that he made a little appearance.
Yes, he was like, "Who's that talking?"
Being here, Sean. Absolute pleasure.
No problem.
All righty. See you next time.
Bye.
We have 2 more coming in December. Oh my goodness, that was awesome. Every single speaker has been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you to each and every one of them. If you're still here or in the waiting room, backstage, watching, listening. I am grateful to be connected. You are the cream de la cream, the cream of the crop, hand-selected, chosen, and appreciated. So thank you, and thank you. I definitely just want to take this opportunity. Thank you. Oh my goodness, he is here. So I was just getting ready to just go right in to definitely introducing our next phenomenal AI speaker, and he is one of the team members of the American 360 Consulting business that has just launched, doing phenomenal already, and taking off already, and just creating a buzz and interest and things of that nature already. So I definitely want to thank you for taking the time to become a speaker for the first time in the Royal Influencers Organization. You are definitely welcome anytime. We have 2 more coming, by the way, December 7th and December 8th, and then another on December 29th and 30th. And Christina, oh my gosh, Christina Baca, my mentee, my 18-year-old mentee, that's responsible for all of the movement that you guys are seeing, bringing up and bringing down, not the tech glitches. That's just going to happen. But with that said, we have Pace Ellsworth here, and he is the AI Whisperer, is his true title, and he is also the actual AI officer. He is the chief AI officer of American 360 Consulting, who the CEO had us. We had him here earlier. He kicked us off today with a powerful, energy-filled speech, and that was the feedback, by the way, that I got, that Andrew Bouye was a powerful speaker, which I already knew. Of course, every single one of the speakers.
Ramona. I don't know if that's my cue. Christina, you let me know if I'm gonna wait a second, because I think she was on a roll. But if you want, I'll just get right into it. I'm Pace Ellsworth, and I'm the CAIO for American 360 Consulting, and the other companies that I work with Andrew Bouye, who started the presentation today. So I'm really grateful for that. And I've been involved in AI and its precursors for the past 14 years. It's really been a while in studying linguistics, which is the science that goes into large language models. And now I'm turning my attention to how can I automate to help business owners in need. Now we have this opportunity to do that with this tax credit program. It's pretty amazing what has transpired. The fact is, there are a number of tax credits that not everybody knows about, because they are buried in layers and layers and layers inside of the tax code. Now, the IRS specialists don't even know about most of these. Ours do, and they consult other CPAs and help them to be able to refile and amend taxes to be able to find more credits that are hidden in there. What happened is, there is a credit that was built for COVID, paid and sick leave and family leave, for all the people that needed to take care of kids, take care of family members that were seeking a diagnosis, or they were out sick, or they were just interrupted in their workday, being an entrepreneur, being a self-employed business owner, and they needed to take care of their family and their loved ones instead, or themselves, instead of taking care of their business. Now, if that sounds like anything that you had to go through in the chaos and the turmoil from Q2 of 2020, when everything shut down, to Q3 of 2021, when everything was kind of getting back to normal a little bit. Obviously, it's all different now. That was where it was starting. And now we found out that there are these tax credits that are expiring soon, because you only get 3 years to amend. And they extended 2020s for a while. So now we have until May to refile your 2020. We have until maybe just November. Maybe they'll extend it again for 2021. So we might only have 12 months left to go in and see what we're seeing right now. With 150 people we've already processed, over 3 million total in refunds that they have received in pocket in the past 6 months. So now we're trying to take this to a broader market, automate the thing, scale it up so we can help 100,000 people. And that's really going to make a huge difference. So we're talking about over $1 million that has already been paid out for 2020 and almost $2 million that's already been paid out for 2021. And it's as simple as going in and adding a single form to your tax return, but we do all of the heavy lifting. We do all the heavy lifting for you. We can even go the extra mile and help massage and improve your taxable income, which normally people are like, why would I want to increase my taxes? The tax refund gives you up to $200 per day, $511 for your loved ones, $511 per day for yourself as the income earner on self-employment income. So that's anything, caregiving, now this would qualify for any time you took away from your business to care for children or elderly parents or family members or friends, colleagues, clients, caring for yourself, taking time off. If it significantly interrupted your workday, even just dealing with people talking about COVID, these are all things that are in the list of flexible criteria that qualify for the tax credit. And you don't have to remember everything. You just have to estimate how many kids you got. Are you working? If you file jointly, is your spouse also making some income on the side? Because this is up to, right now, our averages are seeing $25,000 per income earner. Combining the 2 years together, it's pretty fantastic. And when I say self-employment income, you're all familiar with this, or you should be, that any dollar that's not W-2, any dollar that's not W-2 is self-employment, all of it. Now, obviously, some of that could come in the form of dividends and various other investments and things. But anything anybody's going to pay you for, you took care of somebody, they spotted you for gas, that is business income, right? Because you're counteracting a business expense. And whether or not you claim that business expense is up to you. So most people in our line of work try to maximize that business expense category and lower their taxable income a lot. If you have a higher taxable income, up to $150,000 for yourself and up to about $70,000, $80,000 for all the other people you're taking care of, then you get to maximize that for here. Our process is super simple. You just scan the QR code that we're going to have at the end of the presentation. That'll take you to our website, American360consulting.com. Use our tax credit calculator. I made it with input from our certified tax specialists and the rest of our marketing team to be able to simplify the process of understanding this complicated form. You select your filing status, and that's the one that'll base your payment. We have an application fee that's based off of $497 per year per income earner. So if you have 2 people filing for 2020, $994, 2 people for 2021, another $994, and just $497 for each one of those. So just wanted to reiterate, though, the problem is this is going away. It's going away in May for 2020, and it's going away shortly after that, maybe just the end of next year. Maybe they'll extend it. So we got 12 to 18 months. We'll probably be moving into quite a few other opportunities by then. We cannot let this go. I've never heard of a tax credit that gives individuals, small business owners, self-employed, this much money. And so what we've put together is a 20% off discount coupon code, just Ramona. You go in there, we'll put you at the front of the line, efficiently process your refund in 3 to 5 business days. And we're working on an AI process to make it even shorter. And you also get 20% discount off of the upfront. And what I want to show you is this is the QR code. Might not look like a regular QR code. That's because it's an AI QR code. I passed it through and created a beautiful piece of art with it. And I want to tell you a little bit about this other project that we're supporting. So 5% of all the transaction volume is going to go to a 501c3 that I've been affiliated with called Flying Over Time. And our goal there is to preserve records everywhere and preserve and protect endangered languages, keep them alive, and preserve records, paper records right now that we are digitizing. one by one, people are taking their phones out and taking pictures of these pieces of paper that are over 100 years old, so that they can be, the lessons inside can be taught to the next generation, so we can connect the younger and the older generations that connection is falling apart. It's falling apart permanently. So the only way to counteract it is to put the content from the past in front of the eyes of the kids. And guess what? They're hungry for it. And that's what's really exciting, because it's original content. It's true original content. So that's a project we're super excited to support, and additional AI tools and products coming soon with that. So don't wait on this. Definitely get in touch to get started. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We help businesses with all kinds of digital marketing, with real estate investing education, and lots of other tools, grant applications, business credit, you name it. We help people with that, and we want to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to focus on working on their business, not just working in it, and be compensated for the time that you were forced to stop and work away from it. So that is the opportunity here. It's really a fantastic one, and excited to share that with the whole team today. I feel like I rushed through this, and I should probably breathe, but I'm very super self-conscious about my breathing then. So Ramona, I just want to see what you thought about this. We can maybe talk about it or get questions answered.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pace, for being here as well and sharing this valuable opportunity. Everybody, please do not miss this opportunity. As you just heard, Pace is definitely the Chief AI Officer. And wow, just to hear that you too have been working with and using AI for years. I think you said 2014. That is phenomenal, commendable as well. We definitely had another gentleman here from the UK earlier, which is Professor Chris Amafadon. So you two are the only two that are here for the 2 days that will be talking about AI. And I love the QR code. I was looking closely, like, wow, that's a really interesting looking QR code. And and I said, it looks like a picture. That's exactly what I was thinking when you said it was a QR code. And then, of course, you explained that it was actually created with AI, which is, yes, oh my goodness, that is absolutely phenomenal. I took a really close look at it, and it is beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. So tell us a little bit more about this opportunity. I love what you guys are doing. It is absolutely mind-blowing. It is phenomenal. It's helping a lot of people because so many people are still trying to recover and haven't fully recovered, or not even close to fully recovering, since 2020, since the pandemic started.
Yeah, this is on nobody's radar. It's not even on the IRS's radar, really. It's just something that's built into the tax code, and they're just not expecting that many people are going to go back and amend their 2020 because it's already almost 4 years old, that tax return. So it's less than, it's only 2% of people that amend their taxes each year. Wow. And especially at this level, this credit was actually built to pay back employers of full-time and W-2 employees that they paid out their paid leave for that. So they were going to get reimbursed through the payroll taxes.
Exactly.
But then they're like, oh, well, that doesn't help self-employed business.
There you go.
There you go. Have a carve out for that. So there's a special form for that purpose, and we know exactly how to maximize that.
Absolutely. This reminds me, you just talking about that one area. This reminds me of an article that I just read this week, as a matter of fact, where it pointed out how many women, especially women, because when the pandemic hit, many of us became homeschool teachers.
Yeah.
Without being prepared.
Goodness, yes.
And without even, literally being at home with the kids, and we were used to the kids being away so that we can go to work. So many women, there's been a surge of entrepreneur women who did start their business back in 2020 or had already started it like I did in 2019 while I was still working in corporate America. So I definitely really, really love being a part of the American 360 consulting opportunity that you guys have created. I was on a call with you guys last Saturday. You guys have a powerful team. I met Shane, the vice president, as well as I think it's Carla, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she's
I
our
met
LinkedIn
Carla
general
as
manager.
well. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, powerful
And chief
people
compliance officer.
that's a part of the team. So I definitely am excited about being a premier partner as well on this venture with you guys.
And there she goes again. Yeah, thank you, Christina, for teeing everything up. This has been fantastic. Really excited to share everything with the team and with everybody in the world of influencers. Hopefully, we get Ramona back one more time before we wrap it up. And in the meantime, I want to go in a little bit more about how and why this is so important to us. One thing Ramona said was specific and important, that people are struggling just the same as they always have been, but still struggling because of what started from the pandemic. That's how life changed. Life changed to a permanent change towards online services, more social media. And the ones that were magnifying that change the most, or changing the most of the way that they were working, especially were the mothers doing the homeschooling and trying out so many different ways of improving and their household income when their partner was having to stay home and getting interruptions in their flow. And then you got this really weird economy that we've got right now, which they're never going to say is in a recession. But everyone knows that everyone that they know is struggling right now and needs an extra $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 that they can qualify for legally according to the forms, according to the rules, using our process at American 360 Consulting. So it's really, we're really, really passionate about this because we want to make sure that people are taken care of. Yep. All right, you're back. Can you hear me, Ramona?
Oh my goodness, you're frozen.
Okay, well,
just close it out.
I could hear Ramona. All right. Well, it looks like I am the host now of Royal Influencers, so I'm very happy to have taken up that role and that title to be able to share with everybody the importance of what we're doing. One thing she said is, yeah, Ramona is going to be one of our special partners in getting this word out. So we're really happy to have this opportunity to partner with her and bring this so far twice today, and we're going to do it again tomorrow and reiterate that this is one of the most important transitions that we're going to see, this opportunity in preserving your wealth, recovering this hidden wealth that they're pushing all the narrative onto the PPP, the EIDL, the ERTC. All of you business owners have probably been bombarded by 1,000 texts and voicemails about that. This is something different. This is to reward you for taking the time to care about your family, to care for yourself. So this is something that anybody can qualify for, because everybody cared for somebody during COVID, and they didn't get paid for that. They did not get any recompense for the time that they spent away, not building their own business, trying to adapt to the new digital world. And now this is around. Back.
I am back. Yes. I guess, you know what? I think these devices are done. They have literally been going on a 24-hour stretch, and they are just letting us know that we are winding down here. So yes,
I just appreciate the triple encore. So thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. And I knew that you were definitely going to go ahead and just step in and continue the conversation. So definitely appreciate you, Pace. Great to meet you a couple of weeks ago. And it has definitely been a ride already. And I cannot wait to see what the next 18 months or so will look like. I know for sure it's definitely going to be game changing. And I am just thrilled to be a part of it. And so thank you again. Thank you as well.
Yeah.
So with that said, Pace Ellsworth, everybody, the Chief AI Officer, CAIO for the American 360 Consulting Company. You definitely do not want to miss this opportunity. You definitely want to give them the opportunity to go back all the way to 2020 and 2021. Everybody has 3 years. That's been a rule and a law with the IRS for years, as long as I can remember. So it's nothing new. They aren't recreating anything. They are making sure that that money that you knew nothing about in the form of tax credits, they are not looking for anything that you did not pay or are supposed to pay or anything of that nature. And you should not disqualify yourself before you even just get on the call with them, or log in, create an account, go to www.american360consulting.com, consulting.com,
right.
and go ahead and fill the form out and use the code Ramona and get 20% off. And they will definitely, for this conference, will highlight your particular tax form, tax credit application, I should say, and they are going to move it up to the top. So you definitely don't want to miss it. So I know for a fact, Pace, that this is going to continue to play on my Royal Empowerment Group YouTube channel. And if you are there and still looking wherever you are, definitely like and follow as well. Like and follow, subscribe to my Royal Empowerment Group YouTube channel as well, because I am definitely going to be interviewing all of the team members, and I will be posting it there as well for anyone and everyone who definitely wants more information on it. But there are also, I believe, coming more calls on Zoom, scheduled Zoom calls that will also be taking place for anybody who is interested. So if you're interested, then just DM me the word tax on the back channel of IG. And if you aren't following me there, definitely follow me there and then DM me the word tax. And I will make sure that I connect you with the right people and make sure that you get in and get processed as well, so that they can definitely take a look at your 2020 and your 2021 taxes and make an amendment, which is your right, which is has always been an option and an opportunity, and go back and make sure that you get the credits, the tax credits, which is money. Tax credits, which is money that has been left on the table. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again, Pace, for your patience, for being here. Thank you for your help a little bit earlier with the slides and things of that nature. I thought Andrew Bouye was going to be coming back and maybe coming back and hanging out with you and doing part of it. I'm not sure if he is still here, but we will find out. If he is and wants to speak, reach out to him and let him know that he has an opportunity to come back and share one more time. If he'd like.
One thing is I accidentally used a different version of the slides, and I forgot about the affiliate program that I should have mentioned, because everybody always wants to share this anyway. They always have 5-10 people that in mind. Oh, my my brother, my sister could use this.
Absolutely.
Her mom, and so she wasn't working. She had to quit her job. So they're always wanting to share it. So we're just going to reward everybody for sharing it anyway. And then just very small technology like support, costs, and they'll be able to get 20%, 30% of whatever our company is making off of helping people get these returns.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Even having an affiliate program attached is phenomenal. So that's a win-win. Everybody wins.
That's right.
Absolutely love it. Thank you again, Pace, for showing up and hanging out with us all day as well, and being the speaker for the first time in the Royal Influences Organization.
Got it.
So appreciate you. Thank you. And I definitely want to thank Christina Baca. You are absolutely phenomenal. Serial entrepreneur, only 18 years old, and already in the background running the show. And also as a serial entrepreneur, she is a 2-time author as well. So go and look for her, search for her on Amazon and buy her book, support her as well. And she's also in the process of launching a jewelry company, a business is what I meant to say. And it's getting a little bit late. I've been talking all day. And she is also now a real estate agent school. So I absolutely adore you, love you. She is my little goddaughter that I have just brought right into the fold with my other 4 children. I have a 27-year-old son. His name is Malik Smith. He is a sergeant in the military as well, National Guard, aviation specialist he is as well. And he has 2 little girls, one on the way right now, and then one. And then I also have a daughter who's 25, Raven Smith. In fact, I got kicked out because she called me. So that's what happened. So that was a good reason to be kicked out. I just still haven't even talked to her, but I will call her back. She called me early this morning and now she's calling me late in the day, but she was at work earlier. So she has one child, and that is my 5-year-old grandson. Many of my friends know and have heard him while I was speaking on Clubhouse and many rooms on Clubhouse as well. So he is quite a speaker as well, and also quite a techie, just watching me do everything that I do. And then I have 2 younger daughters. I have Raquel Smith, who just graduated high school. She's 18. And then I also have a 15-year-old, and her name is Nicole Smith. So that is my family. And I definitely just wanted to let everyone know that I am also a professional speaker, over 20 years of speaking on several stages. I was also 11 years with a company called Supercuts, where I was the franchise operation manager, regional manager of the Southeast Coast. So I had 7 different states and I managed all of the educators in that state. And it was also the highest producing market and region in the company. Won national awards. I also have an article about that where we took that company, Supercuts, from 45 stores to 500 within a 2-year time frame. And I lived literally out of the suitcase, went into Puerto Rico, opened that market, went into the upstate New York area, opened stores for Supercuts in that area of Syracuse, Rochester, New York, all up in the upper area of New York as well. And then I also opened stores, South Beach, one of the stores on Washington and 14th, if I'm not mistaken, is the cross intersection where that one store on South Beach is as well. In fact, the franchisee that owns that store and another in Key West, I believe she sold them to corporate now, but she was the one that tapped me to be the regional manager. So, or advanced educator first, and then worked my way through this company. It was one of my first jobs right out of high school. Have always had the entrepreneurial spirit though, because I come from a line of entrepreneurs, my mom being one for over 30 years, and then my grandfather also being one for over 50 years, highly successful, built it from the ground up, sustained it for decades. So I was a child at the time and just literally watched them do it, and all just kind of had a love of business. And then I now have 2 business degrees also with a specialization in human resources. And I also have 8 years law enforcement experience as well as a state officer in Florida. I also have several family members. I have several cousins, 2 uncles that are in the police force as well. One of them was the chief of police in the Florida area for 3 different precincts years and years ago. But he's the one that when I left Supercuts, when they got bought out by Regis and I left Supercuts, I was at home starting my family and I was home for a couple of years, and he tapped me and said, "Hey, are you tired of being home yet?" And I'm like, "Absolutely." And he said, how about you go and try out, because you do have to do it's a rigorous, very athletic, rigorous training that you have to pass, by the way. And I had a 6-month-old, my daughter was 6 months old at the time, and my son was even very young. They're only 21 months apart. So I ended up trying out and passed. And that was the end of the story. I absolutely fell in love with it. I saw a lot of people who were troubled, but yet they had an entrepreneurial spirit. They were very highly creative. And then I've always been an empath anyway. So just wanting to help and nurture others and people is exactly what I ended up being able to do. Doing something else that I love, but entrepreneurship it runs through my veins. I absolutely love everything about it. And there's this one thing about entrepreneurship that a lot of people don't know, which is the reason why I actually chose this theme of fearless entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs live with an exorbitant amount of fear. They fear losing customers. They fear losing money. They fear not being able to sustain their business. They live with fear, but there is this one thing that they all have in common, and that is the ability to have this unusual amount of courage that just keeps them moving forward and never giving up. And that is exactly what Royal Influencers Organization, RIO for short, is all about. That is why I created it. It was to birth this idea that people have been walking around with pregnant, like they're 9 months pregnant with this idea. And guess what else? Every single idea, those ideas that other people in your family or your friends told you was crazy, guess what? It didn't resonate with them because it wasn't their idea. And they didn't understand it because they weren't supposed to, because it wasn't a conference call. That little seed, that little idea was given to you, each and every one of you as entrepreneurs. It was given to you to bring to fruition. And tied to that idea are the people that it was meant to help in some way, shape, or form. Some in a small way, others in a large way. And you heard that woven throughout every single person that spoke today. So I definitely want you guys to go back. If you came in the middle or towards the end and you only saw 1 or 2 speakers or 3 or 4 speakers, go back to the beginning and watch every single one of the speakers today, because you will definitely not walk away with the same information, with the same value, with the same strategies, the same ideas that you came in with today. And that is exactly what these conferences are all about. So with that said, I definitely just want to thank you guys, each and every one of you, those of you that registered and bought your ticket, those of you that just were wanted to be a part and heard from a friend and they gave you the link and you still clicked on that link and joined and got your ticket. I want to say thank you, because this is just the beginning. We have 2 more coming up next month, December 7th and 8th and December 29th and 30th. And we're going to have a new theme for those as well, and a lot more AI technology, because AI is here to stay. In fact, it's not new. Many of us think it's new because it's just new to us. However, it has definitely been on the scene a long time. And you heard that today from 2 different speakers. Professor Chris Amafadon, who has been doing research with AI technology since 2009. And then you just heard from Pace Ellsworth, who is the Chief AI Officer with American 360 Consulting, which I am now a premier partner of. So I definitely just wanted you guys to make sure that you go to www.american360consulting.com and make sure that you fill out that application. Very short, easy to fill out and complete application. And make sure that you put Ramona, get your discount of 20% by putting Ramona for being here today, either as a speaker or as a viewer. I also definitely just want to make sure that I highlight Blind Site Connections, Access to Profits, brand new course that's getting ready to kick off. Dylan Taylor, who is the CEO, who has a vision impairment. And he wants to make sure that every single entrepreneur, whether you have a vision impairment or a disability, or whether you're just starting out or you're a seasoned entrepreneur, he wants to make sure that accessibility, he brings awareness to accessibility in the marketplace of businesses with an online presence. And if you have not gotten your business assessed so that it's accessible, everything that you create for your business, your buy buttons, your landing pages, your websites, if it is not accessible to people with vision impairments, especially, they cannot use their sight reader to navigate your website and to get your products and your services. And guess what? There's billions, yes, with a B, billions of money being laid on the table for other businesses to take as well. Because those businesses that do make sure that their websites and their landing pages and their event marketing materials are accessible, they are getting those billions of dollars, like $250 billion that is being left out, that will increase your conversion and your sales by 13% if you were to make your business, your website, your landing page, and your event marketing materials accessible to those with disabilities, because of their tools and their resources that they have to use in order to navigate all of those things. So that means that they cannot spend the money that they get and that they have on your business, on your products, and on your services. So we definitely want to thank Dylan Taylor of Blind Site Connections and Access to Profits. We're definitely going to be highlighting. I want you to go follow him. He is launching a YouTube channel, Blind Site Connections YouTube channel soon. And when it's up and running, I definitely want you to look for it. And I definitely want you to go over and to support him by following that. And I also want you to follow him on, he's also on IG, Blind Site Connections. He also has a personal one for Dylan Taylor himself. And then I also want you to follow him on LinkedIn as well. He is there as well. And Facebook, by the way. And with that said, we definitely want to thank Blind Site Connections immensely. One of my coaching clients as well, by the way. So with that said, I also want to thank American 360 Consulting for becoming a sponsor of this event as well. definitely appreciate all of the phenomenal speakers. We had Shara Ruffin, who has made over 500K on LinkedIn, has been named the LinkedIn voice, or the voice of LinkedIn as well. She also has been through a lot as well, as you heard all of the speakers share at some point in time. We had Sean Dodd, who it's Iron Ranger. Follow him as well on IG and all other platforms, but it's Iron Ranger, but I think we should call him Viral Ranger. He has a ton of different brand partnerships, and you heard him, like 1,000 different brand companies are knocking on his door and wanting him to be a part of their brand as well. We also heard from Tenji Collin. You want to go to tenjicollin.com and be a part, or .club, I should say, sorry. tenjicollin.club and be a part of his club, where every Wednesday you will be able to come and listen to the ideas that he has found very intriguing, or strategies that he shares with you of how you can monetize on all social media platforms as well. He is definitely a great study of it. I watched him actually scale it. And I also watched him leave his 9-to-5 of a TMZ, Washington Bureau Chief journalist and analyst. He has interviewed and ran into the likes of LeBron James, Oprah Winfrey, Warren Buffett, and things of that nature. You will see all of it on his feed. So definitely follow him on IG, TikTok, everywhere, YouTube, Facebook. So follow everyone as well. We also heard from Samara Beth, who just lost her father, and she decided to show up and said it would be good for her to do so, and she did. That's what it means to be fearless. That too, exactly, is what we mean what it looks like to be fearless. You don't let anything get in your way or stop you. And then we also heard from Wally Green as well. You heard his story of trauma and living with an abusive step parent, constantly telling you that you will never be successful, and he uses it. He flipped it. He changed the way that he looked at it, and now he used it as fuel so that he can now use it to his success, to be successful. And that's exactly what he did. So you definitely want to follow him on all platforms as well. He has gone viral on many occasions. He's also a professional athlete, just had a brand new child. I think it's 3 children with his beautiful wife now, and just doing phenomenal things. I believe he's getting ready to open up a location on Times Square. And I think it's location number 9 that he's on as well. But you heard his rough start. You heard the trauma. He had to give you guys a trigger warning. And now found the right mentor. And here he is now, uber successful, and just, financially free, time freedom. He has everything that he wants and needs. That is exactly why I chose each and every one of these speakers, so that you now know that you are not alone. You are not the only one that has a story, but you have a story, and your story should be used like Will Baptiste did and shared with us his traumas. And now he has flipped it as well, and now sharing it. Go to Will to Rise. Go and look for his book on Amazon. Buy his book. Go to his pages. Go to his links inside of his bios on Instagram, on LinkedIn. He's also on OWL. Check him out there. Go ahead and go on OWL, make an account, and go ahead and give him a call. Tell him that you saw him speaking and heard his story and love what he's doing. He is doing phenomenal. And then we heard from, and Samara, by the way, also said go to her samarabeth.com website as well and get on a call with her. And there was also, and it was Iron Ranger 023. Sean Dodd said DM him the word call on Instagram. DM Sean Dodd, Iron Ranger 023, the word call. Get on a call with him so that he can now help you go viral and start creating content that engages your audience, build influence, and things of that nature as well. And we also heard from the whole slew of value we got today. So much value that, it's just overflowing right now. So I am going to put all of this together with the replays as well, and I'm going to make it accessible so that all of you can definitely continue. We heard from Andrew Bouye, who is a real estate guru, 30 years in real estate, also served our country. So Veterans Day just passed. So thank you again for your service as well, Drew. That's something that we have in common because my son also serves as well. And he did a phenomenal, power-packed, major value, major energy, great speaker, That was feedback that I got from one of the speakers that will be speaking on tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So you guys have another full day of speakers again, kicking off at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, going right through until the last speaker is done. We have phenomenal content, motivation, inspiration, more real estate, travel. We have holistic health and wellness coming as well, another 7-figure earner. But definitely she has a great story as well to share with you guys also. We have Megan DiMartino, has exited a cosmetic business. She will be here tomorrow as well, and a whole host of others. And I just cannot wait. I cannot wait until we have Kareen Mills that will definitely be speaking about money and how to manage it and how to make more of it and how to invest it and things of that nature. And her story is very compelling as well when she first came over as an immigrant to the States. So there you go. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. So thank you. I want to say a special thank you to my mentee, Christina Baca. I would not be able to do it without you. Christina Baca for president, the top administrative assistant of the year of 2023, serial entrepreneur already. Didn't do any of that when I was not mentoring her. She chose me as her mentor, said, "You are my mentor." And I said, well, let's go. Let's get to work. And that's exactly what she did. So I absolutely love her to death. If she can keep up with me, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If she can keep up with me, she is already there. So can you imagine? Now she's in real estate school. So now we will be right here supporting her events as speakers when she takes off, and she will take off. She's already taking off for sure. So Christina, love you to pieces. Thank you. She is my 4th daughter. I have 3 already, and she is my 4th daughter. I have adopted her in the family. I told her, if you ever come to Georgia, you will definitely never have to worry about hotels or anything like that. So I definitely just wanted to say, Christina, I could not do it without you. Thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you who have been here today. So with that said, I'm going to do a quick little check to see. We have Christina Baca, we have Andrew, and we have Pace still in the back. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anyone, but we are definitely going to close it out today. I'm going to close it out and kick it off tomorrow by talking about goals, goal setting. So I got quite a bit in today, and I'm not going to hold you guys any longer. So I'm going to go ahead, call this day 1 done. So with that said, thank you, and thank you. It was not only a pleasure, but it was an absolute privilege. So thank you, guys, for showing up and supporting. So with that said, I will see you guys on the next one. Thank you, guys. And Christina, we are going to close it out now. Thank you, and thank you guys again. Bye-bye, guys.